right, looks like everyone's here. All right. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Town of Superior Board of Trustees for Monday, August 24th, 2020. First, we have the Pledge of Allegiance, and Trustee Skwarczynski will lead us in the pledge this evening. Laura.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And Phyllis, could we have the roll call, please?
Sure. Mayor Clint Folsom.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Mark Lasis.
Here.
Trustees Sandy Hammerling.
Here.
Ken Lish.
Here.
Kevin Ryan.
Here.
Neil Shaw.
Here.
Laura Skwarczynski.
Here.
Town Manager Matt Magley.
Here.
Town Attorney Kendra Carberry.
She is here. She's having some sound problems, so she was going to call back in.
Okay. Town Clerk Phyllis Harden here. Thanks.
Thank you. Next is the approval of the agenda. Are there any items on the agenda that trustees would like to change or pull from the consent, for instance?
Yes, I'd like to pull item 3C from the consent agenda.
Okay, Laura is going to pull 3C. Any other changes or issues with the agenda? All right, with that, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis, second by Trustee Lish, and roll call vote, please. Phyllis?
Lasis.
Yes.
Hammerly.
Yes.
Folsom.
Yes.
Lish.
Yes.
Ryan.
Yes.
Shaw.
Yes.
Skwarczynski.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you. The agenda is approved unanimously. And we'll go on now to reports, questions, and issues. Who would like to start us off this evening?
I'll start. I have nothing to report.
All right, thanks, Andy. And Ken, we'll go with you next. And how about Neil on deck?
I too have nothing to report.
All right, thanks, Neil. And then how about Kevin?
Sure. A couple things. Attended the ProStack monthly meeting last week on August 19th. A couple of items that were discussed were how to potentially use some of the grant money that may be available to Superior, as well as potentially piloting a tennis court reservation next summer. The current system that we've been using for the pools could be utilized for the tennis courts during peak summer times. ProStack spent a lot of time discussing the upcoming 2021 budget and really wants to see us focus on maintenance of our parks. Given the heavy usage over the last few months, there's definitely been some increased wear and tear. Plus, with a lot of the trees getting cut down, even though we've already started replanting quite a few, it's going to be decades before we see the same level of shade. So ProStack would like us to really consider some permanent shade structures. Also on Friday, I did sit in on a call between our economic consultant, Adam Hughes, and Matt Berger from Brixmor. My core objective is to understand what obstacles were still in place or fully removed for outdoor seating at our restaurants. I'm happy to say that there are no obstacles. Brixmor is fully on board with working with any and all the restaurants that want to expand into outdoor dining. Where anchor approval is typically or historically necessary, they're moving right past that. Any restaurant that wants to utilize their the sort of Brixmor parking lots, there's an internal form, and it can be done right away. The one caveat that Mr. Berger did point out is, since it is a parking lot, they'd like to see some water-filled barriers. I guess across Brixmor's 400 properties across the country, they have at least one car that seems to plow into a restaurant on a monthly basis. So a water-filled barrier would help to dissuade that. Finally, when it comes to the town manager update, I would like to get an update from Matt on our overpayment of the contribution to the Louisville Library given their 2020 operating budget. That's it. Thanks.
All right. Thanks, Neil. We'll go with Kevin, followed by Laura, and then Mark.
Sure. My only report or request is to remind the community about a pretty cool app and functionality we have called C-Click Fix. You could also search for it on the Superior website under Superior Click and Fix. You will find it that way. There's definitely been an uptick in trash and even a little bit of graffiti this year. And so we tend to see emails or people tend to publish something on social media. Sometimes it takes us a day or two before it gets from social media into the hands of the staff. If you use the existing tool, it will have two benefits. Number one, we'll be able to track the data and be able to have a real good sense for whether or not we truly are seeing some additional graffiti or additional trash that's being left around. And two, it might increase the level of responsiveness. So for those of you watching at home, just a gentle reminder, we have C-Click Fix. Use it. I know it's definitely monitored and it's a great thing. And then Matt, related, in the next few weeks, coming months, I'd like to see some data that's coming out of out of that C-Click Fix app, see what types of things are coming in. The same way you guys share a ton of data. It's probably somewhere on our SharePoint sites, but I wasn't able to locate it. So just in the next few weeks, if you could get us a quick report on what kind of data we're seeing out of there, that's great. That's all I have to report. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Laura and Mark.
I have nothing to report.
Okay, thanks. And Mark.
Good evening, everyone. Just briefly, we've got Labor Day coming up. This is an opportunity for everybody to gather, and I just wanted to remind the community COVID-19 is still a threat. We need to continue to maintain safe distancing practices and preventative measures, continue wearing your masks, and help prevent the spread. Anecdotally, hearing about all of the students gathering in CU up on the hill, I'm worried about the fall. So we can all be good citizens, be good to each other by preventing the opportunity for the virus to spread. So please wear your masks, practice social distancing, and we're not out of the woods yet. So thanks.
All right, thanks, Mark. And thanks, Kevin, for that reminder about C-Click Fix. My wife prefers the app C-Clint Fix when issues come to her. So people can also use that app too. I get that quite a bit. So I don't have any further announcements. We'll go to Matt.
Thanks, Mayor. To Trustee Shaw's question, I did have a conversation with the city manager in Louisville last week, and she understood our perspective on it, and wanted to think about it, talk to her council, and I've got some dates that I'm going to forward tomorrow as far as our next joint issues committee, and we thought that might be a good place to talk some more about that and see what we can get resolved. Another item, we received a request from the Boulder Valley School District Board to meet with the town board at some point here in the next couple of months. So if we haven't done that for a couple of years now, I think it's probably a good idea. They have new board members on their school board, and it's always good to meet with them and just talk about our schools and the school district as a whole. So we'll start looking for some dates for that meeting to be arranged with the school district. And then the last thing is on September 10th, we have our first budget review meeting from 1 to 4. That'll be a virtual Zoom meeting, and so you'll get an invite for that here in the next week or two. That's it.
All right, thanks, Matt. And Kendra?
I don't have anything, thanks.
Thanks. And Phyllis?
No, I don't have anything either.
Very good. We are on now to item 2E, which is public comment. If anyone in the public would like to comment on the consent agenda, presentations, or non-agenda items, now is the time. So just signal your indication that you'd like to speak by using the raise hand feature. And looks like we've got two. And we'll start with Terry Clark. So, good evening, Ms. Clark.
Good evening. If you could wave your hands, letting me know you hear me. Thank you very much. So again, my name is Teresa Clark, and I am a Superior resident. And I would like to speak with you this evening regarding the construction going on within the town of Superior. I have on several occasions had to be the one who sent pictures and texts regarding the lack of water trucks and the pollution on the downtown Superior construction. And then, thank God that our restrictions have lifted a little bit, because I was able to drive around our community, and I saw that on the east side of Superior, southeast side of Superior, there's now construction going on. It's kind of across the street from kind of a Chick-fil-A, and on the other side, the Horizons. And I would like to ask you all to, number one, you all are the legacy providers of the information regarding this construction. That means you should know when it starts and when it stops. That also means that you should know the requirements for the water trucks and polluting vehicles, and you should be enforcing all of this. It's challenging enough for our residents to deal with the restrictions of COVID-19. We don't have control over that. It's also challenging for residents of Superior to deal with the smoke from the 4 wildfires that are happening. There are a few more, but the 4 large wildfires that are happening in Colorado and blowing their smoke towards us. We don't have control over that. What we, and most specifically you, have control over is the ability to ensure that the construction sites are spraying enough water down to keep the dust. And the fact that I'm the one bringing this to your attention is a problem. It's a real problem because someone on town staff, whom you all have neglected to mention, and someone on the Board of Trustees, whom you all have neglected to mention, is supposed to be responsible for this. So my expectation, and the expectation of our community, is that you will provide to us the name and email address of someone on town staff and someone who is elected, who will be the point person to reduce the pollution and the, frankly, dust in our community that we can control. And I'm hoping that that will happen before tomorrow. So thank you very much. I hope you guys have a nice evening.
Thank you for the comments. And next we've got Nancy Thomas.
Unmute. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I live in the Rogers Farm community, and Boulder BCM had a conference with us about a week and a half ago with the changes that they proposed for the development of the wee cottages. And I just want to say that I personally am very pleased with the outcome. They listened to us. They went back to the drawing board, and I'd like to just say that I advocate positively for those changes that they have proposed and reworked. And it's going to minimize the traffic on my street, which is First Avenue, significantly. And by reducing the number of wee cottages, there will be increased parking, and extending the road, the alley road, all the way to Douglas will definitely help with not using our street as the only thoroughfare in order to access inside the wee cottage community. So I just want to, again, put a good word in and let you know, the board, and my husband, I believe, also penned a letter to all of you or emailed you, letting you know that we do, and many of our neighbors, I believe, advocate for the changes. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And you're welcome to stay on and speak during the public hearing segment of that, which is item number 4 on the agenda. that's where those comments would be registered into the public hearing. But certainly appreciate your comments here as well. And we will open up for those others listening. If you do have comments on item 4 or 5, if you would hold those comments to those till the time of those agenda items, we'd appreciate it. All right, any additional public comment at this time? All right, seeing none, we'll move on in our agenda to the to presentations. We have none, and advisory committee reports. I don't have any of those either. So we'll move on to the consent agenda. We have pulled 3C, so we'll I'll entertain a motion for the consent agenda except for 3C.
So moved.
Okay, motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis,
Second.
second by Trustee Hammerly. And Phyllis, roll call vote, please.
Folsom,
Yes?
Hammerly,
Yes.
Lasis,
Yes.
Lish,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Shaw,
Yes.
Skwazinski.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Consent agenda passes unanimously, and we'll go to now to 3C. And Laura, you pulled that item? Let you.
Yes. So item 3C is the potential appointment of Denise Bieber to the CAPS committee. As I've stated multiple times this year, I believe very strongly that for someone to earn an appointment to a committee, that they should have attended at least one meeting of the committee. I think particularly now that we are online and virtual, it's easier than ever to join a meeting live or even watch a video of the meeting. During the interviews, as we discussed, Ms. Bieber had not yet taken the opportunity to do so. So I am currently unable to vote to appoint her to the CAPS committee. Clint, you're on mute.
Thank you. Any further discussion with anyone else on this item?
May I just say that we, I let Laura know that we updated our application form to state that an applicant must attend a meeting or watch a meeting before applying, moving forward.
Okay, thanks, Matt. I will entertain a motion for the resolution on this item. Someone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve Town of Superior Resolution Number R-56, Series 2020, a resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Superior making an appointment to the Cultural Arts and Public Spaces Advisory Committee.
Okay, motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis, second by Trustee Hammerly. And Phyllis, roll call vote, please.
I've got discussion real quick. I'm sorry.
Sorry, discussion. Ken, go ahead.
Yeah, just Matt, sorry, it dawned on me a little bit after you said it, but quick question about that. Since we're making that a requirement now, doesn't that necessitate a change to our town code? Because aren't requirements for being able to serve on a committee outlined in our town code?
It's in the code. I don't know if it is, Kendra, maybe you know, but I don't know if it's in there or would need to be in the code.
I'm looking right now. Is it, do you want to give preference to those people, or is that definitely a requirement? I guess maybe that's my question.
I can tell you my preference. I don't want us to spend a lot of time on this, so I don't want to waste the board's time or Kendra's time. So if we can do it without amending the code, I'm fine with that. So if that means giving it preference, that'd be my path. But Trustee Skwazinski, I don't want to speak on your behalf. This was your idea.
No, and I would say I'm fine with that as well. I will just, for me personally, it's a firm requirement. If others feel differently, then that's certainly your prerogative. So for me, whatever's easiest for Kendra to do is fine by me.
Well, if it's a requirement, we do have to amend the code. So if you want to make this an absolute requirement, yes, the code needs to be amended. If you'd like to just make it a preference, then I would say no, we don't need to amend the code.
Then a preference is fine with me.
And I think a simple line on the application that just says the board strongly recommends that you mark yes on this box that says, have you reviewed a past meeting, I think that would take care of this without a code amendment.
I agree.
Okay, we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lace, second by Trustee Hammerly, and roll call vote, please, Phyllis.
Skwazinski,
No.
Shaw,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Lish,
Yes.
Laces,
Yes.
Emmerly,
Yes.
Folsom.
Yes.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. Motion passes. And we're on now to item number 4, which is continued public hearing and adoption of an ordinance for the plan development and a resolution for a final plat and final development plan for Rogers Farm.
Thanks, Mayor. Boulder Creek has made some modifications to their development plan. They're going to present those to the board tonight. This is continued public hearing. Mike Cooper with Boulder Creek Neighborhoods and I think David Sinke as well are both on the meeting, and I would welcome either one of them to come up and provide the presentation.
All right, thanks, Matt, and welcome, Mike.
Good evening, board. Good evening, Mayor. Mike Cooper with Boulder Creek Neighborhoods here. Let me share my screen here. And hopefully I have better audio tonight. Let me know if I cut out at all and I can call in like I did on the last hearing. It seemed to work out a lot better, but hopefully it'll work out here. So. Okay, my name is Mike Cooper, Boulder Creek Neighborhoods. Our office address is 712 Main Street, Louisville, Colorado, 80027. David Sinke is also present tonight. He can help answer questions after this brief presentation. We are before you for consideration of a PD zoning, final development plan, and a final plat. My presentation will be fairly brief tonight, highlighting some changes that we're contemplating to the site plan that address neighbor concerns, as well as conditions that were recommended by the Planning Commission. I'll also provide additional information and clarification that were requested by some board members at the last hearing. First, I want to summarize some neighborhood outreach that we've had to date and some of the key concerns from those folks, and followed up by how we've addressed these changes in our proposed revisions to the site plan. You've also got a traffic study now in your packet, and I won't go into the details on the traffic study as part of this presentation, but we do have Chris McGranahan present from LSC Consultants to answer any questions you have related to traffic. And can you all see my screen? Excellent. So I just want to go through briefly the neighborhood outreach. We held our first neighborhood meeting way back in December of 2018 on our single family lots that we built on by right. While that meeting was related to these single family homes in phase 1, we did take a major cue from the neighbors on the receptivity to townhomes for phase 2. The feedback from neighbors at this meeting really helped to reinforce our decision later to change our proposal from townhomes to wee cottages. We held the first neighborhood meeting for the second phase for Rogers Farm via virtual Zoom meeting on June 2nd, with invitations mailed out to all property owners within 1,000 feet. This was a virtual meeting and only had about 6 to 7 attendees. We didn't hear much negative feedback at this meeting, but we later heard from residents that the low attendance from this meeting was not due to lack of interest in the project. It was due to COVID-19 and many people lacking technology or familiarity with Zoom meetings. So we decided to step up our outreach efforts and offer an in-person meeting. And this meeting was held with original town residents on July 6th. Yeah, just because many neighbors couldn't accommodate the virtual Zoom meeting. About 20 residents attended this meeting. Following that, we held a meeting with our residents of Rogers Farm and buyers under contract on July 9th and July 16th. And we met recently with our Rogers Farm residents and buyers on August 6th to share the changes that we're contemplating on the site plan. This was a very positive meeting and heard unanimously that these improvements alleviated much of their concerns. Most recently, we offered to meet with original town residents on August 19th last week. We only had one attendee, and that was a man who had not attended any of the previous meetings. So we really feel we've exhausted our efforts on reaching neighbors and have come to resolution on the major concerns raised by the most impacted residents. The site plan presented at the last board hearing on July 23rd consisted of 61 homes. After the Planning Commission hearing and listening to public input, we discovered numerous areas of the plan that could be improved to make this a better functioning community. We really appreciate that feedback, and though it's always painful to remove homes just for the sake of reducing density, the conditions and recommendations of the Planning Commission led us to several changes that made this a win-win, and we're very excited about the outcome here. Several areas in the old plan that are highlighted here that really appeared deficient included some areas, for example, on the south area here. The Planning Commission suggested that the long block of 12 homes, as well as this block of 10 homes, be broken up so there's a better visual aesthetic. Along First Avenue here, we heard from Rogers Farm neighbors, particularly those that live along First Avenue, that parking and traffic congestion on that street was a major concern. And also there was a concern about the no turnaround at the end of First Avenue, having that dead end there. And then on the north block here, there's 12 homes proposed there previously. And we always felt that we could have some more guest parking up there would be a good idea. So this is the new plan, or I should say the contemplated plan that we've amended our PD to reflect. And while it may not be readily apparent on this slide, the changes that we propose are strategic and significant in adding more off-street parking and more functional parking, improving pedestrian connectivity and visibility for guests, and really doing what we can to improve vehicular circulation on First Avenue, alleviating traffic volume and minimizing the reliance for guest parking on First Ave by offering mainly more off-street parking. So we removed 2 homes here on the south and 2 homes on the north to add more off-street parking. And on this south block here, block 2, we removed 1 home in this area to add a very functional pedestrian connection that's directly adjacent to the guest parking spaces that we added here on this alley that's now named Mesa Way. This also provided a direct pedestrian connection to this park here. And as you can see, directly adjacent to the parking that we added. And this is a vast improvement to the connectivity of these homes and the integration of these homes into this neighborhood. We added 2 driveway parking stalls on 5 homes. So now there's a total of 7 homes that can accommodate 2 guest parking spaces and a driveway adjacent to the garage. We examined the dead-end street on First Avenue and looked at options for a turnaround for passenger vehicles here. We'll continue to finalize this end of the street and how it's configured in our civil CDs to determine if this appendage to the street is necessary or if cars can turn around without it. It's a change in vehicular circulation, and this involves removing 1 home on the south side of Douglas Street to accommodate this additional access point onto Douglas. And this was a good comment made by the Planning Commission and really reiterated by our residents because our estimate is that this will lead to significantly less trips on First Avenue, which was a major concern for the Rogers Farm residents, especially those on First Avenue. So this will simply provide better access for the cottage home residents as well. So with all these changes, we've really vastly improved what was previously a more than adequate off-street guest parking situation. We made it even better. We proposed 30 off-street parking spaces for 55 homes, plus an additional 14 spaces for 7 of those homes with those driveways that I highlighted that we added. So that's 2 to 2.5 times that required by code if you're just considering off-street parking. If you include the 26 on-street parking spaces on Douglas Street and just half the east half of First Avenue, we now have an overall a total of 56 guest parking spaces for 55 homes, or 56 spaces for 48 homes if you consider that the homes that now have 2 off-street driveway spaces on their lot. But either way, that's more than 1 guest space per home and more than 4 times that required by code. One other thing I wanted to point out, delivery of Amazon and other online deliveries. We heard this from neighbors that was also a concern about, just further contributing to traffic congestion on First Avenue. So we're contemplating 4 areas where we can strategically locate some signed pull-off areas for delivery trucks. We propose to potentially provide bump outs in these areas highlighted with stars, where they would offer a relatively convenient access to the front doors of those homes that front open space areas and not a street. As I mentioned, those are the 4 areas here shown with stars. I wanted to respond to Commissioner Hammerly's concern about the ability of cars to maneuver in the alleys. And I want to provide a little more detail on the street and alleys proposed. This is the alley section. It has been designed to accommodate a fire truck as well as passenger vehicles backing out of the garages. The alley width is typically 36 feet between garages, and it has a continuous 24-foot wide drive aisle and 2 6-foot wide aprons on each side. This is adequate to back out a car as demonstrated here. I had our engineer just kind of demonstrate what a car would look like backing out of that garage. And in terms of First Avenue, this street is constructed to local street standards in Superior, and Douglas Street is proposed to be the same. The current situation on First Ave is challenging right now without the connection to McCaslin especially, and the fact that we're dealing with construction traffic on that street. But once it's built out, this street will function like any typical street in Superior with less need for cars to turn around like they do now. So if they do need to turn around, they'll be able to do so with a provision for our turnaround at the end of First Avenue, as I previously highlighted. So with the removal of 6 homes, the issue of density did come up at the last hearing. I believe it was clarified that density is calculated on a gross property area. So with 6 homes removed, the density is now lowered to 6.25 DU per acre. I think it was 7 before. And then overall for Rogers Farm, if you include phase 1 and the Wee Cottage, the density is still around 5 units per acre. I briefly presented our request at the last hearing related to the equitable application of the system development fees. As shown on this infographic here, 81% of buyers hope to buy a single family home. 54% of those buyers who seek financing are somewhat concerned about qualifying for a mortgage, and 52% of buyers put less than 20% down on their purchase. Home buyers will still demand single-family detached homes, and that's still the American dream, and that is what we hope to provide here with Wee Cottages. It is our proposal that the fees applied to detached Wee Cottages match those applied to multifamily units, townhomes, and duplexes. Our rationale is that the Wee Cottage homes are like these types of units in every way: the home size, the number of bedrooms and bathrooms, the number of persons per household, and extremely limited outdoor water use. We have provided a formal request now with backup data and analysis on water use for your consideration. We engaged Hines, a Northern Colorado-based company specializing in water asset management and water conservation, to compare estimated water use of a typical detached home in Superior to a Wee Cottage home. So as shown here, this typical home has the following characteristics: an 8,500 square foot lot, a large yard area with about 4,000 square feet of turf. There's likely a family of 4 or more in this house. It's a 3,300 square foot home and has about 4,000 square feet of impervious area. The estimated water use of a home and lot of this size is about 0.4 to 0.5 acre feet. Conversely, the Wee Cottage has the following characteristics. This lot is 1,855 square feet, has a small front yard area with likely no sod. There's likely 2 people per home in this house, and the homes range from about 900 to 1,500 square feet. And it has about 1,100 square feet of impervious area. The estimated water use of a home and lot of this size is about 0.15 acre feet. So the Hines study that we provided found that the cottage home will use significantly less indoor water use to the tune of about 50% and about 90% less outdoor water use. Yet these 2 homes would pay the exact same system development fees for water, sewer, and storm. And this slide shows the 2 homes side by side for comparison purposes at the same scale. There are many strategies to provide more equitably applied tap fees and impact fees to match new evolving housing types. For example, in Berthoud, the town board commissioned a study by Raftellus and concluded that the cottage homes, or small homes on small lots as they defined it, should pay reduced water fees of about 55%, sewer fees of about 30%, and impact fees of about 35%. The town adopted this new fee structure. The City of Westminster recently changed their water tap fee structure to remove outdoor water use, which is charged separately per square foot of irrigated area. This promotes sustainable design of residential landscaping, which can consume up to 50% of total domestic water use. The City of Greeley is now engaging a similar study with Raftellus to study potentially a tiered water fee structure to promote market rate attainable housing, with storm drainage fees based on impervious area and water and sewer fees based on size of lot, outdoor water use, and persons per household. These examples of these cities acknowledge the need to incentivize the market to provide more attainably priced and more sustainable housing based on data. This chart is from Greeley's consultant based on US Census data, and it shows that the average number of people per house in the range of 1,100 to 1,700 square feet home size is under 2 people per household. And this supports the data that we've received from our WeCottage communities and supports that 2 people in a WeCottage will likely use half the water of a typical detached home. As currently structured with a one-size-fits-all approach to tap and impact fees for single-family detached homes, most municipalities are structured to incentivize larger homes and more saleable square feet. However, with a tiered approach addressing size of home, size of lot, and outdoor water use, actual impervious area and persons per household, this will actually incentivize smaller homes and more attainably priced housing to meet the demand of a broader demographic. So we appreciate your consideration in this matter. So shifting gears a bit, Commissioner Ryan, I wanted to go back through some slides, and you requested a photo be provided. I want to go through the sequence of slides again. It was demonstrating why we position the homes 8 feet apart roughly, and how it detracts from the character of the community as you start to add more space between the homes. This is kind of how we like to build WeCottage right here. And as I went through these slides last time, as you space the cottages out more, this is 10 to 12 feet apart, you kind of lose that tight-knit community feel. And this is the slide where we showed at 15 feet plus, which you requested to see the fronts of these homes. And I just wanted to provide that additional data point for you. And these are the fronts of those homes. This is that community in Lafayette. And I think that you'll see that the point I was trying to make is similar whether you see the fronts or the backs of the homes. This courtyard cottage concept breaks down, and the space between the homes really doesn't add anything useful to the design. So just wanted to provide that picture to you to close the loop on that. And that's about it. That's the conclusion of my presentation. I'll open it up if you have any questions on traffic. You could ask those now of Chris McGranahan. I don't have a formal presentation on that, but if you wanted to go through anything on traffic, he's available now to get on, or you can go ahead with questions of us, or we can continue on. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Mike. And we can go now to maybe back to, or take down the share screen and, okay, thanks. And go now to questions of board members. I'll start with one. On some of those drawings, it looked like there was a significant amount of space between the property boundary and McCaslin Boulevard. I'm just curious if your landscape efforts on the project were going to go right up to McCaslin, or if there was going to be some strip that was not handled by this development.
Yeah, good point. So we did acquire an extra piece of land that was owned by, it is currently owned by RC Superior. And we are under contract to purchase that land. I believe it's a couple acres or so. And that was at the request of staff that we acquire that so that we can landscape it properly and assure proper maintenance on that parcel. So there wasn't a remnant strip in between our parcel and McCaslin. So that is part of the PD now, and it provides an extra buffer that will be maintained by the HOA, and so there'll be no gaps between McCaslin right-of-way and Rogers Farm.
Okay, so just to clarify, it will go all the way up to the edge of the sidewalk, basically, on McCaslin.
Correct, yeah. It'll go up to the right-of-way edge.
Thank you. Thank you. Questions from others?
I've got one, and I'm not exactly sure where to start here. And I don't know if Stephen Williams is on or if even Alex is on. And I apologize. I should have thought of this one, earlier today and sent some emails. But I'll start, and maybe someone knows the answer off the top of the head. I mean, one of my biggest concerns is the relative proximity of the development to the traffic circle. I think the closest home is about 60 feet from the circle itself. And if I try to go back through our 2013, 2014 traffic guidelines, that's relatively close to what is, effectively the largest arterial in town. What I was trying to find is what our guidelines actually say is the appropriate distance of a home from an arterial such as McCaslin. And I don't know if Stephen or Alex are around.
Yeah, Trustee Shaw, they both should be on the meeting.
Okay.
And that should be, to pull it up, defined as part of the medium density residential zoning guidelines. So if Stephen or Alex, if you know off the top of your head.
Yeah, I don't know. This is Alex. I don't know if we have a specific guideline for the arterials. I used to have a guideline of 110 feet from the center line of an arterial, but that was with the county. I had used that standard way back when. Stephen might have one for arterials in town. I think maybe 35 feet, Stephen, from right away.
So most of the arterials in town are adjacent to Rock Creek, and Rock Creek does have a standard, and that is 35 feet from an arterial. We don't
right-of-way line.
From a right-of-way line, yeah. So rather than the center line, like Alex mentioned, we did look at the other areas in town to see whether or not this was getting any closer, and it's not. It's actually a little further than some of the distances from McCaslin. So I think the closest distance, if I'm remembering correctly, is about 50 feet. And the Boulder Creek neighborhood development is closer to 70 feet as a minimum from the right-of-way. So, and nothing that I know of, Alex would be more of the expert on distance from the roundabout in particular. But the distance from the right-of-way, and Mike's bringing up a different measurement or a different clarification. So he's showing over 105 feet to the closest residence. So
yeah, and that's probably more accurate than I just used a ruler on the documents that you guys sent us. Yeah, and I think I do remember seeing this one before. I think my concern here and now is this is what's different here. This is a traffic circle as opposed to a roadway. And, I think anyone who has stood anywhere near that road, that specific traffic circle for more than a couple minutes, there's a lot of screeching for people slowing down. And then there's a lot of, mad rushing to get out. And I'm just a little concerned about the relative volume of noise for those homes that kind of, are relatively close to a circle. I mean, this is the largest circle that we have too. I mean, are you guys planning any extra like noise berms or anything else like that? And the reason I say this is, I think people will buy in with a certain expectation on the level of noise. As traffic volume continues to grow north and south on McCaslin, they're gonna feel like the noise is getting worse.
Yeah, I mean, we're not at that level of detail, but that is something we should probably consider for that one home at least, because I think it's really that one house that's going to bear the brunt of what you're pointing out. And I think that if you look at the other homes, I think it's a much lesser situation. As you move to the south, these homes go down in grade, and they are getting farther away from the circle. So I think it's really that first home, and that's a good point. We should probably look at maybe some sound attenuation we could provide on that one house. But other than that one house, I don't think that there's really too much impact from that roundabout. It's always going to be that first closest house, that you. If it's the next one, if you took out that one house, it would be the one next to it, and down the line. So, yeah. But we were comfortable. We did show them a little bit closer, but we did end up moving them a little bit further away, and we think that 100 feet is adequate, and it was comparable to other buffer areas along McCaslin.
All right. No, I appreciate it. I mean, I think what makes us different is, we just don't have homes as close to a circle. There's usually a collector street or a minor collector that then hooks you into the traffic circle, as opposed to, you're right there. All right. Thanks.
I've got a question about that. Mike, could you actually one of your renderings of the neighborhood? The rendering would be fine. So while you're pulling that up, I'm looking at the hard copy of the development plans and looking at the context plan, and I've got a question about the definition of an accessible paved trail, which you guys have essentially marked along First Avenue, and then the remainder of the paths and trails throughout are titled accessible sidewalks. Is that just in reference to the width of the of those different paths?
I'm not sure which area can you repeat what you're referring to? You're cutting out a little bit on there.
I'm sorry. All right, so on First Avenue, where you've got the trail that goes all along First Ave.
Yeah.
In your context site plans, that's titled an accessible sidewalk, and called out in a pink dashed line.
Yeah.
All of the other sidewalks are called out in a green dashed line, entitled accessible paved trails. Can you tell me what the difference is between those two?
I believe that all the trails will be fully accessible. I don't believe there's any pathways on here. The only unknown is the Coal Creek low water crossing, which is yet to be designed, if that would be fully ADA accessible. But I believe all of our pathways that are shown on our site plan here will be fully ADA accessible. There's one spot on right here, these 4 homes that front McCaslin, where I believe there will be some steps going down from Douglas Street due to grade. But aside from those 4 homes and that sidewalk right there, they should all be fully ADA accessible.
Okay, so the real purpose of my question and trying to understand if there was a difference between those two is that connecting the Hoffman Trail area, which is to the south and west, to the Coal Creek Trail area, I think has been a challenge for the town in trying to figure out the best way to do it. And I think you've probably heard several residents that we have lots of bike traffic that goes along the streets and foot traffic, baby carriers and whatnot. As I looked further at this, was curious, why are we still trying to route, from at least it looks like, route our pedestrian and bike traffic through First Avenue or through Original Town, rather than potentially widening these trails and using the path that goes along the perimeter on both the south side and the east side of the development to then connect into McCaslin for an easy connection to the Coal Creek Trail. So rather than putting them in direct conflict with roads and cars, basically bringing them around the development.
Yeah, well, our intent was to provide that, you know, an 8-foot trail connection from the south and to the north. And we did so where we could do it. There's already a path along McCaslin, so it didn't make sense to have a parallel regional trail right next to the McCaslin Trail. So we thought that widening the street, the detached sidewalk along First Avenue was the best way to get people to provide a kind of a regional trail through our site. So that was kind of our thinking, was provide a widened 8-foot sidewalk on Douglas Street on one side, provide an 8-foot sidewalk on First Avenue, and then we have that continuous 8-foot wide path network through the Rogers Farm neighborhood. So people wouldn't necessarily have to go on Second Avenue, wouldn't have to ride on First Avenue. They could at least have a bike path that was detached. So we're trying to just, when you look at McCaslin and then First Avenue and then Second Avenue, it just kind of made sense that that would be the next regional trail to kind of go north-south through here.
So if we have the size of a regional trail that is already basically the sidewalk from McCaslin, and if I heard you correctly earlier, you are acquiring the land that is just east of your property, that little sliver between McCaslin and Rogers Farm. Would it be possible to extend that trail that is on the southernmost edge of the property directly up to McCaslin? That way we are giving people the ability to not even enter the Rogers Farm development. I'm more concerned about just continuing the problem that we've heard year after year, that we have too much foot and bicycle traffic going through this area. And I want to solve the problem before we make it worse.
Yeah, and unfortunately at that part of the property, it gets to be really down in grade by numbers of dozens of feet, I think, because it's going to be the same situation if you look at the existing little switchback there. You know, there's a severe grade constraint from McCaslin as you start to head south. The grade gets exacerbated as you head south. So we looked at that, and we didn't think that that would be a possible or an efficient connection at all. Jim, would you agree with that?
Yeah, that's true. There's some great concerns there. The other issue is the path along the east side of First Avenue gets you to the future low water crossing and connects you directly to the Coal Creek path. If you put our trail users on to the west side of McCaslin, there's not really a good connection to the Coal Creek path on the west side. I suppose you go north and go around Town Hall and hook back. But this provides a nice direct connection without having to cross directly the west leg of the roundabout and go backwards to get down back to the Coal Creek Trail by Town Hall.
Yeah, and I had that same concern, Jim, but if I'm recalling our conversation from the last meeting, that low water crossing wasn't necessarily going to be ADA accessible, so we're still limiting the number of people who could use that.
No, there's not we have a concept design for that looks to be ADA accessible. We haven't designed it, but we do have a profile of it.
All right, I apologize. Maybe I'm misremembering. I thought I had heard a comment at some point or another that wouldn't necessarily be an ADA accessible crossing. As far as the alignment of the trail that is on the easternmost side as it is approaching the roundabout, can you guys talk a little bit about what it's connecting into? It doesn't appear to connect up into where the roundabout sidewalk is, and it doesn't appear to be low enough to connect across the street necessarily to the other townhomes where the stairs would be. Can you talk a little bit about why the placement of that outlet for the trail?
Yeah, it does connect to that trail on Douglas Street. It doesn't totally align with that crossing due to, I'll let Jim elaborate, but there's a storm drainage connection that happens there. So we couldn't tie it in exactly at this crosswalk here, but it does tie into the detached walk that we're proposing on Douglas Street. So it will tie into McCaslin.
Okay, so Jim, can you confirm that so there's a literal physical impediment that makes it so we can't align that path with the crosswalk?
Yeah, Mike said it correctly. There's a large diameter storm sewer that's going to go underneath the Caslin right there, and it needs to daylight kind of right where the mouse is. And that's only a 5-foot sidewalk right there. That is not a path that was deliberately not made a wide path, because that's kind of the front yard walkway to the units. The reason we made the path wider on First and Douglas is to kind of encourage the trail users to stay on that corridor. And the other one is more of a walking path for the residents. It's open to everybody, but it's really not a trail.
Okay.
There you can see it a little bit better.
Yeah, I appreciate
I think you can see the culvert in there. It's a very kind of faint gray line.
Yes, there it is. Yep.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the explanation.
You're welcome.
Okay, questions from others? Mark?
So I have some questions about density. So if we could just take a step back, this original project, when we met with you in July, you brought to us 61 units, and now you're proposing to reduce that by about 10% down to 55. So 6 units are gone from the original 61, correct?
Correct. Yeah, that's the proposal. That's our contemplated change at this point. And that's what the Planning Commission had recommended.
That's right. Now, of the 6 units that are being removed, were any of those 6 units the ones that you were contemplating to be in excess of the 32 feet that would be allowed by the existing zoning? You have some that you were planning on going 3 stories up to, I think, 38 feet.
No, we maintained the 13 homes that would be that one cottage is 3 stories. So we maintained 13 of those homes in that to be that type. So we did not reduce any numbers of those.
All right.
Can you go back to that visual, Mark? That's a good, I have a similar question. Could you go back to that visual, please, Mike, and just using the visual aid, just point out which of those homes.
So the 3-story cottages are here along the south. There's 4. There's 2 along the middle of the park and 2 across here and 2 over here and then 3 over here. So we just shifted them a little bit. We still have them tapering down to 2 stories on the edges, and that these would be in the center of a block of homes.
Now, is the plan for those 13 3-story cottages that you're going to definitely build them, or is this something that is an option for the purchaser, and if they want to go 2-story, they can go 2-story?
That's a great point. We are currently showing them on the plat that they would only fit that home type. So we are somewhat committing to that right now on the plat. And you kind of have to, because the way that we landscape the common area kind of jigs and jogs according to that stagger that home provides. And that's kind of why we'd like to integrate that home that has a smaller footprint in there, because it just provides a little relief and some these kind of nooks and crannies that we provide these seating areas in. So we are committing to those, but that's not to say if the market wasn't there that there wouldn't be a way to change that. But at this point, the way that the plat is structured and the PD is structured, we would be building those 13 homes like that.
Okay. Stephen Williams, question for you on the existing zoning and density. And I know we talked about this a little at the July meeting, but I just want to make sure that the record's clear. So the current RM zoning allows 8 dwelling units per acre. Now, obviously, there's part of the land that's zoned agricultural. But how many units, and I understand that we could fit duplexes on that under RM zoning, how many dwelling units could we actually fit on the property if it weren't being brought to us in a PD and it was just platted under the existing zoning?
You guys mind stopping your share screen? All right, so that's a good question, and that was in that PD memo that I provided as an addendum to the Planning Commission meeting. So the first Planning Commission meeting asked that question and basically asked staff to do an analysis to contemplate what the density would result. So I guess the first thing I clarify is that Boulder Creek has calculated their density per the town code. They're allowed to do that over the entire acreage of development. But the exercise that we did for Planning Commission was basically to cut that down to the developable area, removing the area along the creek that was considered in the floodplain, and then also removing the area that's currently zoned agricultural. So that brought the developable area down to close to 5 acres. And then the assumption was made that, and that's based on this PD, that about half an acre would be dedicated to right-of-way. Again, not something that we typically take out in calculating the density, but even with a conservative estimate, with 4.5 acres, we got, in 6,000 square foot lots, you're allowed to build 32, 33, I think it was 32 individual lots. And then you're allowed to have duplexes on those lots. So technically the density could be, and that was just an exercise as one example, because you can really have multifamily on those lots as well, which would allow you to have more than 2 units. But we basically kind of went off the 4th and William example of the duplexes that were able to fit on those lots to kind of extrapolate out that potential density. And it came out to 62 or 64 units, under that calculation. Does that help clarify?
Yeah, so just kind of assuming that, this application does not get approved and you had a property owner who just wanted to develop as much as possible doing multifamily or duplexes, your analysis there would be that you could fit about 64 dwelling units on the property.
Correct. And then, understanding that if you were to calculate that out based off of that, it gets kind of complicated. But if you were to calculate that out based off of, the smaller acreage, the 4.5 acres, it actually ends up being over the 8 dwelling units an acre. But then when you take a hard look at the code, you don't have to go through a site development plan. So there's no real hook to push somebody to develop these lots, as I think that the trigger is 2 acres or 6 units getting developed at a time would trigger, the 8 density maximum. But just like on 4th and William, there's no force for somebody to, like that was only half an acre or whatever, but there's nothing that incentivizes or tells somebody they have to come in and do an application for 2 acres at a time or 6 units at a time. They can all be developed individually. So there's no real hook to enforce the 8 dwelling units an acre. It only kicks in probably on an annexation where we would, know that this was coming in and develop, apply that condition accordingly. But otherwise for an area like this, it could get platted, meet the lot standard requirements, and then get developed very similarly to how 4th and William got developed, which ends up, and 4th and William, if you calculate the density for 6 units over that size area, it's like 12. So that's the other piece of that PD memo for Planning Commission that clarified that stuff.
And is 4th and Williams, is that RM zoning over there?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so that's under the 32 feet?
Yes.
So I have a couple additional questions on a different subject. I don't know if anybody else has questions about the density. So there's a request here from Boulder Creek about the development fees and waiving those fees and applying them to as if this would be multifamily construction instead of single family construction. First question for town staff, what is the hit to the town from the town's perspective that we would be taking by granting this, I don't want to say variance, but concession, where we would be applying a different fee structure for this development?
So, so detached one-time revenues, which are the system development fees, we calculated at $2.5 million. And for attached, which is the request of the applicant, we calculated at $2 million. So about a $500,000 hit to the district.
And then for purposes of my own education here and informing the public, what are these system development fees used for? What do they actually pay for? What is the town providing when a land use applicant comes and is looking to develop in the town? If you can just explain what those are.
Yeah, a large portion of the fees go to help pay for our capital infrastructure needs and projects for the district. So improvements of the wastewater treatment plant, water treatment plant, these fees go to help pay for those projects. They also help to maintain our operating costs and the cost to our residents, keep those as low as possible, basically. We, for instance, haven't had to increase our water service fees to residents for the past almost 5 years now, where we were typically seeing 5% increases in our service fees to residents on an annual basis. They also help with the debt for the district's water treatment plant has a significant debt. We have future projects, the Windy Gap project, we have a $31 million contribution over 30 years that we're going to have to make to secure our water supply. So it's things like that these system development fees help us to pay for.
So thanks for that, Matt. So I guess my question is, and I understand and appreciate, obviously there's projects that we're going to be funding into the future. And then there's the actual hard construction costs associated with constructing, the attaching the pipes for water service, for wastewater service, connecting into our existing system, right? So there's kind of costs on the front end, and then there's costs to maintain the system, and then there's costs associated with other projects like the Windy Gap project in the future. Have we ever entertained a request such as this to apply a different fee structure for single family attached instead of the single family attached, actually the detached families?
We have, over the years, we've had requests from developers for to waive fees or lower fees based on a number of reasons and requests, but the district has never provided a reduction in fees to a development. And the largest reason for that was, the District 1 was being supported by our sales and use tax revenue that was coming from the marketplace in other areas because we weren't self-sufficient. So we just weren't able to be in a position to provide a reduction in fees to developments.
Okay. So turning back to Mike Cooper, so I understand what the ask is, and I recognize what you've presented in terms of the justification for it, that the wee cottages are going to be more efficient, they're going to use less water, they're not as intense a user as a typical 3,000 square foot, 4,000 square foot single family residence would be. That's already existing throughout Superior. Now in the materials that are submitted in connection with the application, I saw something about you wanted to reserve the right to do 10 duplexes in the event that we did not approve the $500,000 concession. Is that correct?
That is correct. With the changes that we've made to the site plan, we've set it up so that we can do them all as detached, because that is truly our preference. And we want to be transparent that is our intention, to build these as detached homes, because what we found in other communities is when we pair them up with the garage, we didn't think it was really a big impact in terms of the home design, because we're just pairing them up at the garage in the back. But the data that we got from the market was that we had to reduce our price on those attached homes when we offered detached homes in the same community. So really, we don't want to play that game of attaching them. But that was a different community and a different market. In Superior, we might find that if we built, one paired homes and the market was receptive to it, we may elect to build a handful of them as attached and save the money on the fees. And that's where I'd like to point out the discrepancy is that we'll build the same home and just attach it at the garage, and then we fall into a different category of fee. We just don't think that that makes any logical sense. And we're finding that municipalities, as I pointed out a few examples, they're starting to catch on to this trend and kind of fix an outdated and antiquated system of assuming that single family detached uses more water, has more of an impact than an attached home. And so the market is now shifting from back to smaller homes now and starting to push back to that detached attainable house. So that's why our preference is to build them all detached, but until we build one and get some market intel on it, we really don't know if there's an impact on sales price if we attach them versus detach them. But at this point, I want to be transparent. Our hope is that we can detach them all because we think that's the best product for this neighborhood. So that's kind of the basis for our request.
Mike, I got confused on something. All right, I like the line of questioning, Mark. But I got confused on, do you consider there's a couple models with a potential garage attached, but the detached home, where would that fit currently in the model? Are those still attached or detached, even if the garages are attached?
No, the garages are all attached as currently designed for riders.
No, attached together. It looks like if the cottage there's paired garages potentially.
Yeah, if they're paired garages, then that's considered a duplex. And so does that answer your question?
Yeah, so you're considered, even the paired cottage would be considered the duplex.
Correct, yeah. And that's where we get the reduced fees, similar to a multifamily EQR.
So, but you're doing that strictly, would you pair those garages if not for the reduced fees?
We would not, no.
So you're only pairing the garages to get the reduced fees?
Yes, going forward, we would. There are occasions where you can save a few feet here and there, and you can fit homes in, and that was the case in the previous plan. But currently, as it's designed, the only reason we would build a paired home is for the reduced fees, correct?
I have questions about the garages, but I think the line of question is around the fees, and so we should probably stay with that. But that was a question I had, whether or not your attached garages was equating to attached homes and reduced fees, and your answer to that is yes.
Yes.
Can I ask a few questions about the fees as well? So, I appreciate the data that you provided here, where based on BCN data, the average residents like 2.2 homeowners. But what's surprising is there's no actual data or representative data on the actual water usage. So I went and I looked at my own water bill, family of 4, 2,500 square foot house. We average about 3,500 gallons a month, for non-irrigation months, comes out to 42,000 a year. So it's actually right on spot, and this is with 4 people in the house. So, and this is the part that I struggle with, is everything in this memo is just sort of based on subjective data. And one of the things that we learned with our traffic report that we got, some time ago, on the number of people that would commute to a job, is it's based on US level data, not Boulder County data. Because the thing I'm afraid of here is that the actual usage of these homes is closer to 4 or 5 people. We've got a handful of 3 bedrooms, and the water usage goes quite higher. Because one of the things that we did here in the Finance Committee meeting a few weeks ago is some of the anecdotal data from other WE homes is the water usage is actually trending much higher than expected or anticipated. I mean, what data do you have to support this other than we think it's going to be 40,000, it could be less, it could be higher?
Yeah, and unfortunately, we don't have enough data, after a resident has moved in after a year, gotten landscape established. We don't have good data to support that at this point. But we do rely on our professionals to give an estimate on that. And we did actually collect water bills from numerous residents. It wasn't a huge sample size. It was about 20 homes. But what we found was, like, for example, at Stapleton, some of them were establishing their landscaping in their little backyard area. So we didn't feel it was totally representative of that. But really, we don't want you to rely on, a developer's data. We did hire a professional, Hines, to do a study. And we would want it based on data. And so, we would want a third party to come to their own conclusions about this, and that the board of the district would support that. And that's the process is, we're not just we're encouraging the town to look at this because we feel that it's important. And it is an obstruction to bringing market rate attainable housing to market.
And on that part, I agree entirely. I mean, if we can remove a fee that makes sense, I absolutely want to do it. But what I don't even have a high level of comfort here is if we help you knock $9 grand, 10 grand off the cost of construction, how does that translate to an actual lower price for the purchaser? Because the price is set by the market. You guys aren't building these at a set $399 price. If the market pushes these things up higher, you will absolutely take whatever the market is offering. So that $9K give, I mean, how do we know that that's ending up in the pocket of the people that we're trying to give this to, and not just increased margin for the builder?
We don't.
Right.
Yeah, maybe I can speak to that. Hi, everybody. David Sinke, Boulder Creek Neighborhoods. Appreciate this line of questioning. This is exactly the kind of thought-provoking discussion that this request is designed to engage folks in. We are constantly hearing, please bring us some market rate attainable options, and this draws a lot of attention to the in some ways very arbitrary nature of the fee structures. And I think Trustee Ryan, hit it on the head. So you're telling me you would attach units just to avoid this fee. Another way to restate that is you guys would play games with the code in order to save cost on the construction of the home. Absolutely. That's what home builders are doing across the Front Range.
So David, just I want to stop you there, because one of the things I did learn when we do attached homes, there is lower cost to the town because we just run one pipe as opposed to two. Is that correct?
I don't believe that's correct, because when we built our paired homes and lanterns, each unit has its own individual tap.
Okay.
Yeah, we're able to gang those, and that's kind of the next level of this conversation. Is you can go into a design, actual engineering design discussion where you can bank all of these types of things and run large meters. But the question you asked, and I think it's a very good one, is how does this end up in the pocket of the homeowner? And that is a very astute question. There is no direct guarantee of that. But what I can tell you is that every time the cost of the home goes up, we're kind of in a rat race to catch up with the expectations of the homeowner. And so as the price of the home gets higher, the expectations for what's included in a home get higher. And so there's this kind of ratcheting effect that takes place in the pricing of a home. It's very difficult to quantify, but I will tell you, with a home that is 900 to 1,400 square feet, you do run into a limit when there are costs that are outsized. And what you end up with is the cost of the home, all the component pieces of the cost of the home don't add up to meeting the expectations of a buyer at the price point that you can bring it to market. And that's when we start adding square footage. We as an industry start adding square footage. We start adding to the lot size. We start putting on extra garage bays. So there's this just never ending cycle of adding and adding and adding to try and make up for the fixed costs of building any one home. And it's complicated, and it's something that we're trying to explain to people up and down the Front Range as there's this desire for more attainable housing. So, it is absolutely arbitrary to take the exact same living environment, all of the specifications identical, except now we're attaching just one shared wall at the garage. And under the code, we have dramatically lower fees. And that, that speaks to the same arbitrary nature of the fee structure for a small lot versus a large lot. So we don't know exactly what the right answer is, but I would say that for for municipalities that are looking to bring alternative product types to the table, to see something smaller and more affordable, the fee structure is a huge part of that conversation. Whether it happens on this project at Rogers Farm or not, we're advocating for this across the Front Range because we think it's a key for bringing more affordability. You know, at this particular project, $9,000 savings in the fees translates directly to the purchase price of the home. I can tell you that everything we've done in the design of this project has added to the cost, and we are rapidly, moving in that direction.
David,
do some of the other communities have just one quick question? I mean, do some of the other communities that have moved this in this direction, do they have staggered water fee bills? You know, the first 40,000 gallons is X, the next 20,000 is Y, and the next 20 is Z. I mean, because otherwise, you could cram a family of 9 in there and, dramatically affect the rest of the community. It's like paying for the, 36-gallon trash can that you use 2 gallons of. How do we as a community ensure that we're not sort of subsidizing the folks that are moving into this house that don't really, they don't have a problem with the fee?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. And I think when you really look at the math, the current fee structure subsidizes large homes. The owners of small homes are subsidizing the owners of large homes, which is, I think, from an equity standpoint, not correct. The other thing I would point out is that this exact community were being built with 32 single-family homes on large lots. The total fee structure to the city would actually be, even though those are the full fee for a detached home, if this community had attached fees, the total dollars to the community for the yield coming off this land would actually be higher in this scenario. So when you really look at the economics in a truly holistic way, small lot housing does a lot for municipalities. You get more fees per an area of land, and it is more equitable spreading of those fees home by home. So, again, these are complicated calculations, and there are all kinds of anecdotes in terms of usage that could skew it. And I think that's where you have to go back to the averages. If someone manages to put 9 people in a wee cottage, it's possible, they will be paying for the water they use. It's not necessarily tiered. And to answer your direct question, I do not know the exact tiering of the communities that Mike mentioned in the presentation.
So David, I appreciate your comment around that you've been advocating for this up and down the Front Range. Are you advocating this for any communities that don't currently have development projects in?
Yeah, we have a significant one in Erie next to the rec center and the library. There's roughly 150 unit wee cottage project that is in the process of entitlement. So we don't have a clear sense of where that'll go yet.
Yeah, I mean, you're a bit late on this, right? I mean, you're presenting us data that is based around averages. And if we had this data that was based around, if we want to convert all of our tax infrastructure to a use tax type of infrastructure, and Neil's good point, we want to start people that are using 10 gallons of trash instead of 45 gallons worth of trash should in theory pay less. That type of tax infrastructure. If we did something similar from a water tap fee, I'd be inclined to have this conversation, but I do not have data, or frankly, do I have any other questions? So I don't want to get into the comment period, but I remain unconvinced. To me, you're looking for reduced taxes. I don't like the fact that there's trickery going on to attach garages. And so that will come up during our discussion. But you're asking for some pretty significant variances from a height restriction perspective. And at the same time, you're effectively gaming or proposing that you'll game the code to attach garages when that is not optimal for you, or the phase 1 community, or the future residents of the phase 2 community. You're only doing it to reduce the tap fees. And Mark made some really good points around or maybe it was Neil, I don't know who made the point, but you're going to sell this for what the market will bear. And so these savings may not be returned to the home buyer. They might, but they might not.
So I still do have a question in this area. And it goes to what's the point of the gaming of attached versus detached. Mike, if I heard you correctly earlier, I think you told us that based off your market research, that when you attach these homes, the market will pay less. So in essence, as soon as you do the attached homes and you get the savings from our fees, essentially you're also limiting what you can sell the price for. So whatever you're saving, you're giving back by not being able to make as much on the selling price. Am I understanding that correctly?
Potentially, yeah. I mean, that's what we found at one community where we thought it was a similar thing in another city where we could save. It was actually $9,000, I believe, is the exact amount of what we could save. And so we did it. And in that community, since there was a bunch of detached homes adjacent to it, we couldn't sell that home for as much. And you're absolutely right. And by no means do I want you to feel that we are gaming the system or talking about trickery. I want to be very clear that we do intend to build these as detached cottages. We think that's what the market is demanding, and that's how we want to proceed with our We Cottage product. So, and by no means is this contingent upon approval of this project. We're bringing this to light because it's a request that we're making of all cities and towns where we want to build We Cottage. We want to point out that this antiquated system, that it's inequitable and it doesn't make any sense. So if you look at the data, if you read through my memo, it points out glaringly that this doesn't make any sense and that there are loopholes that we could do. We don't propose to do that here. So I don't want to feel that we are positioning this in any way. We came up with a plan to detach them all, and that's what we're going forward with. We just want to throw this, point out the discrepancy and see if the town's willing to take action, because it's not the last developable piece of ground in Superior. I know there's not much land left to develop, but we got to make smart choices about the last pieces of land that are developing. And this would, if you think that this type of housing is much needed, then a change would encourage that type of housing. So,
right.
And I'd like to address that concern about trickery and sort of a gaming. When you look at the majority of the attached housing that is performing under the code that you have, most of that attached housing is substantially larger than a We Cottage. The average square footage of the townhomes being built in Superior Town Center are probably 1,850 square feet and on up to 2,200 square feet. So the gaming, if you want to call it that, across the Front Range is to reduce costs of construction anywhere you can. KB has an extraordinarily popular duplex product that they build up and down the Front Range, and it gives each one of those homes are 2,200 to 2,600 square feet per side. So that is a product built almost exclusively to benefit from the lower cost of fees that has all of the square footage of a typical single family home. We Cottage has the most integrity in terms of a product in any type of configuration from a true profile of potential and likely lower usage. So the idea that, attaching them, and I think there's also a sense on the board here that saving $9,000 to $10,000 on the cost of a home is insignificant. I think we scrape and scrimp and scrap all day long to save $200 or $300 or $500 on the construction of a home. $9,000, $10,000 is an enormous target for a potential savings.
So David, I appreciate that. I do have a question, and we could spend a lot of time talking about tax equity, and we probably shouldn't. But I do have a question. If we are not making this change to offer relief on the tap for a home that would have the same footprint as a detached home, is your application contingent upon your ability to attach those homes at the garage? Some homes, it was 1 and 7 or whatever the configuration was, to attach those homes at the garage? Or if we did not allow that contingency to occur, would you remove your application?
We would proceed in both cases. I think one of the purposes of highlighting that detail is to have this very conversation, to highlight the
it is. And David, so thank you for saying that, and thank you for the level of transparency. This because I didn't want that work. I don't want to use that against you or have you used that against us. So thank you for the transparency. Very much appreciate it. I agree. This does feel somewhat inequitable. I just personally, I'm not sure I've been presented data to make this more equitable without, we talk about this all the time, without the development that needs to occur at, not development, a lot of fixing that needs to occur in the wastewater treatment plant. If we make this change, what does this mean and what was projected? And there's data that I just feel like I personally don't have. I have your data. I don't have a good analysis from Paul or our own staff.
So to possibly cap this part of the conversation, let me just ask it bluntly. Obviously, you're hearing there's concern on the board about whether cost savings we passed on to the buyers. And frankly, I think we might even have divergent goals at some point, because seeing additional attainable housing in Superior, I think, is important. And what I'm hearing is that by attaching some of these garages, these homes might be even more attainable in price. But to give us comfort on the board level that you would be passing this on to the buyers, is there any type of deed restriction that you guys would consider to entice us to allow for this deviation?
So we build a deed restricted product for a couple of nonprofits and Urban Land Trust and Elevations Land Trust. The difficulty with that is to figure out what level of deed restriction would be appropriate here. Is 60, 80, or even 100% AMI. These homes would need to be subsidized probably in the neighborhood of $100,000 to $200,000 each. So I don't see how a deed restriction would be possible here. We are open to future conversations with the town of Superior around affordable housing. And one of the things that we would encourage this board, if you're interested in this type of topic, is you've seen the data that we've presented, and might encourage you to go further and request additional data be provided by a third-party consultant, because I think ultimately the goal here is to attract more attainable housing to the town of Superior. So if you were to signal to the market that, hey, we have an interest in more equitable split of impact fees, I think you would see more people coming to town saying, we'd like to try something that is in alignment with that. So I think that's probably the better follow-up, is to, if it's a topic that matters to you guys, see if there's a way to continue to study it and to bring the data that you need to consider that topic a little bit further. And hopefully we'll be in front of you in the future with additional alternatives for potentially affordable housing, or maybe deed restricted affordable housing, or market rate attainable housing.
Thanks, David.
And if the board wanted to study this more and consider this, we're not pulling a building permit for 6 to 9 months, so it's not an action that we would need in the near term. And again, we're not hinging our project on this, but if it is an interest by the board of the district, by you all, this isn't something that's near term for us to pull a permit. So.
2 clarifying questions just on the actual buildings that are going to be constructed here. So assuming that we don't go forward, so if we go forward and give you what you want and you get this fee exception, I guess I'll call it, then you're going to be doing single family detached only, correct?
That would be the case under both scenarios.
Right, and that would include not only the homes, but the garages as well, right?
Correct.
And in the event that you do move forward and we do not give you this exception for the system development fees, and you're reserving the right to do 10 duplexes, for the 10 attached homes, are you only attaching the garage, or are you also planning to attach the actual residences themselves?
No, it'd just be at the garage. It's the back part of the house. And if you look through the FTP and PD, you can see the difference. It's keeping 3 sides of the home on the front as detached. And just in the back where the garage is the only attached portion of the house. In some plans, there's some living space above the garage. In others, it's just a garage. So.
And can you show me on your materials where those 10 duplex homes would be?
I can't because we're showing them all as detached right now.
So what's your plan if we don't approve the $500,000 system development fee credit? So which ones are you going to choose? You just haven't made that decision yet?
What I heard was it's not contingent. Did I mishear that?
No, the proposal, as Mike Cooper had said, it was in the original proposal, it was a hope that we could retain that optionality. But we are prepared to move forward with this without the attachment as a requirement, as a required element of the approval.
Right, you're just reserving the right to do so if you so choose.
No, I think we would be pulling that component piece back. In other words, under either scenario, we would move forward with the detached homes. I don't need to say anymore. I think that captures it.
Okay, so the line in the materials in our packet that says that you're reserving the right to do 10 duplexes is not correct?
That's correct.
You're not reserving the right to do 10 duplexes.
We would be open to a condition removing that.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Right, that was my question, Mark. Thanks for the clarification. If we've beaten the taxes to death, can we move on to the garages? Because that's where I think when I started seeing the attached garages, when I got confused around what garages are optional versus not optional.
So can I ask one more question about the fees before we move on to garages?
Please.
This one is actually a question for Kendra around the flexibility that we may or may not have. Are we able to, so I think Boulder Creek Neighborhoods has made that proposal to switch to the multifamily homes. Are we allowed to change that fee structure at all and meet somewhere in the middle? Or is it kind of a black and white, either we do it as single family or we do it as multifamily?
Well, I think as I think what Mike said earlier, we have the opportunity to change the entire fee structure. I would not recommend doing it just tonight for this development. However, we do have the opportunity to look at it, study it, and prior to them pulling any building permits, it may be appropriate to do an across-the-board revision. I don't know the answer to that, but it does not need to be decided tonight, nor I think should it be decided tonight, because I do think we would have to make it apply to everyone.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
And I'll just say, we do review our fees every, I think 3 years it is. We hire a firm to do an audit of our fees, look at other municipalities' fees, compare, and then bring that forward to the board to determine if any changes are needed. If we have that data, we can provide the last review that we did. We'll provide that to the board, and then during the budget, we can maybe answer any questions you might have about the fees.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, Matt raises a good point. As you're examining your fee structure at the end of the year, I don't know if you do it on an annual basis, but that would be a good time to consider this, is when you're looking at, an annual increase typically is what you're typically looking at, I guess, would be to see if there is a change you could make structurally. As I pointed out, like the City of Westminster did that in their last update, was they totally overhauled how they were charging their tap fees. And in that case, they just changed the whole framework. The attached product was based on bedrooms and bathrooms, and detached was based on just the house and not the yard space. So they did a study. This Raftelis group works with many municipalities, and they look at actual usage on housing types throughout these cities, and they come to data-driven decisions most times, and that's how they can incorporate these more equitable fee structures.
All right, additional questions? I do want to get to the public comment segment of the public hearing, so just...
I need help on the garages, Clint.
Sure.
If we're moving past fees, I want to talk about the garages.
Okay, let's continue.
So which units have the optional garage and which may only be a parking pad? I thought I understood that, but then,
Mike, do you have that one? I think maybe we've confused the situation. All homes have garages.
perfect. So there is no, if a buyer comes in and says, I love this home, I can't afford it, there's no option where they could take out the garage and only have a pad.
Correct. There are a number of homes that have a one-car garage and a parking pad that do not have any optionality. And then the majority of homes have a two-car garage.
Perfect. Okay, that's what I needed. So I was looking at the packet, that was not clear because there was some that said garage standard and others had the garage options. So I was getting confused.
Right. One of the things we really love about the 3-story is that it does have a height trade-off, but again, we've put the height in the middle of these rows of homes, so we feel like that's appropriate. Mike, can you put that back up there? The 3-story actually gives us our best garage, and one of the cool things we found in the redesign of the site plan based on the feedback from residents was actually that because of the more compact footprint of the 3-story, we were able to add additional parking on site by using the actual parking apron. And that is accomplished by having the 3-story home. So Mike, can you point to the homes on the south side of the site that give us the parking up above the 3 stories?
Here?
No, the 3 stories on the south side there you go.
No, here.
Yeah. So if those were 2-story homes, the footprint of the homes would be larger and they would still accommodate a 2-car garage, but they would not accommodate 2 parking spaces in the apron. So we have been using the 3 stories. Mike, if you can point to the ones that are on the Park at Park. Well, we like the 3-story gives us a lot of architectural variety. So by going higher, they are always in the middle of a run of homes. So you never have that 3-story architecture right up against the street, which is nice. But it also gives us, some height variation in the 2-story. And it gives us, because the footprint is smaller and the home is taller, it has the ability to step back in that area. Here I have
Okay, I agree.
Sorry about that, guys.
That's a helpful clarification. While we're looking at so there is the 3-story home brings an additional 2 parking spots on the property for those southern 3-story homes.
Correct.
It does not in the central homes because that's where the Pocket Park is.
Right.
The northern Douglas Street homes, it looks like it may not because what is that where your cursor is right now?
It's just we peel the sidewalk off and there's a little seating area here with a nice view that goes down here to the west through this Pocket Park area. And typically that's what we want to do, like David mentioned. We purposely did it on these homes because when we were working with the neighbors, to add as much parking as possible, we elected to put some parking bays on these ones in order to alleviate the guest parking situation. So we were attempting to work with our residents on First Avenue to do everything we could in our power to alleviate the need for guest parking on First Avenue.
But I think to Kevin's point just before, Douglas Street, there's no vehicular access to any of the residences that are alongside Douglas. All of the garages are off the alleyways, not off of Douglas Street.
Correct, yeah.
So all of the frontage, that's all like patios and backyards essentially fronting to Douglas Street.
It's all front porches, yeah. The front
porches, yeah.
Unless anybody else has a question, I want to pivot to something slightly different.
Well, I just have one question about the 3-story versus the 2-story. So, obviously there's concerns in the community about height. There's always going to be concerns about height. There's always going to be concerns about density. In the event that the board is not willing to go to 38 feet, can you make this project work under 32 feet? I recognize that that's going to require some, redesigning of the lots as they're currently configured.
That would be a substantial change, and I think would substantially impact the quality of the project aesthetically, from a parking perspective, and from a diversity of housing types. So that would be a very significant change for us. And if you could help us, I understand that height in theory is a concern. What I don't know is what the specific concerns about those heights at this location would be, what the concern would be. We've been very careful to keep that height off of the sides of the right-of-ways so that no one's ever at a pedestrian level, directly adjacent to a 3-story. But it would be helpful to understand more about the concerns associated with that few extra feet of height.
Well, we have an existing neighborhood that's been there for 100 years. Nothing is above 32 feet. When new construction is constructed in this area and it gets close to 32 feet, we start hearing from residents in the area who are concerned about these, massive buildings going up. So there is just increased sensitivity to the character of the surrounding area, and nothing in this area is above 32 feet. So just the concern of the residents preserving the character of the neighborhood is a legitimate concern, in my opinion.
And the height is a challenge to the character. That's useful feedback. We appreciate that.
Sorry, Neil.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, thanks. So I want to pivot a little bit, and it's a little long roundabout discussion. So we had another developer that came in some time ago, and and you guys are you're intimately aware of our comp plan. Our comp plan says about 100,000 square feet of office. So what we heard from this other developer with their space is that it was too far away from Highway 36 and it wasn't in a hard corner. Now we have a developer in sort of what should be the sweet spot. Got a hard corner with a beautiful roundabout, some beautiful art on top, and easy access to Highway 36. And then of course, part of my rationale for discussing the noise is, the folks that put our comprehensive plan together didn't just throw a bunch of stuff on the wall and figure out what works. They were looking at creating buffers between communities and what is a major arterial. So, why not add some commercial to abut McCaslin and buffer these homes? And before you answer that, part of my economic brain kind of knows the answer. You guys are paying $250,000, $300,000 an acre for this stuff. You want a return, and that return is going to be very, very quick on homes. The flip side is when we implemented our comprehensive plan, we never threw any money at it. We just sort of said, here it is, it's going to sit on the shelf, and come to us with a project that meets it. Is there something the town should or could have done to make the commercial space happen for you guys? I know you guys are home builders, so it's kind of a weird question.
Yeah. There wouldn't have been anything for us because of what you just relayed. But I will tell you that we have probably built in 15 communities over the last 20 years at this current company and the previous company. And many of those communities have elements of commercial that are sort of tacked on, and they almost never develop. The density, the access, especially, this site has a major grade problem and an access problem, even though it is next to the roundabout. But your commercial core is right across the street. You're going to have a lot of, a real density of rooftops and a real density of shops. So I can't speak, nothing, we have never considered this corner a good commercial corner. Bill Jenks is also available and may be able to speak to that. But to us, this is just, clearly residential, continuation of original town, especially given the feedback that we've heard. So I don't know if that answers your question, but we never gave any consideration or would have had a conversation and said, if only this were the case, this would be a legitimate retail or otherwise commercial corner.
And this is Bill. I can speak to that a little bit if you'd like. My video has been disabled by the host, so you can't see me, but I'm here.
That's fine.
So that was actually a consideration of our planning efforts, starting in 2016, and a couple of our early concept plans actually did show probably, I forget how big it was, probably like a 5-acre commercial pad along McCaslin. Here we go, start my video. Hi. And so we proposed that. We had some concerns, and that was really a suggestion by town staff at the time. And so we did propose that as an option. At the time when we brought that plan to the town board for the concept hearing, I think in 2017, we got the feedback that office wasn't really a super desirable use there. We had our own concerns just about adjacency, because we knew that Rogers Farm, especially as it's turned out now, where you have those existing platted lots on the western half of the property that are kind of limited to 2-story, very low density residential, to have that transition relatively abruptly to an office campus with a potential 3 to 4-story office building and parking around it, as well as the circulation associated with that, didn't feel quite right to us. But the truth of the matter is we brought it as an option, and it wasn't a priority of the town at the time, which kind of made us go this direction. Originally it pushed us into an all residential PD option, which we went through a couple of iterations on. And then ultimately in, I think, May of 2017, we had our final concept hearing that when we were in control of the plans, and really presented the sort of what you're seeing today, which is really the zoning compliant option. Okay, we'll just keep the existing large lots on the west up against 2nd Avenue. We'll push density towards the southeast up against McCaslin, but keep it all residential. And the general feedback was everyone shaking their heads with that concept.
Bill, I do appreciate it, and of course, you're in an awkward position because you're trying to develop, you're trying to see both sides of the roadway, and obviously, if we had a crystal ball back 4 years ago, we would have, hoped that Town Center would have been completely finished by now, which I think we're still waiting on that. But at the same time, I think, those of us on the board have to look at, what the 2012 comp plan had in it, and the changes that we've adopted. Both this board and our previous boards, and we've zeroed out any commercial development beyond Town Center at this point.
Mm-hmm.
This is basically one of the last parcels because the town either owns all the others or we're sort of waiting on something. And that what does help to understand here, because the grade is an issue. I don't disagree there, but what would it have taken for us? And obviously that previous board may have been more enamored by a residential development, but the residential development that was presented to them was significantly less dense. So I mean, what should we have done, as we think about going forward to try to make commercial happen more so? I mean, we offered a big, massive TIF in a town center, but we didn't offer anything over here.
Yeah, and we're, it's a good point, just kind of market speaking, because we've been doing our very best to sell some land for office development in downtown Superior, in a project that's been fully entitled since 2013. We've been on the market, actively pushing that with Cushman & Wakefield, one of the biggest office brokers in the world, for the past 7 years. and unfortunately haven't, we've had a couple of bites, and we've done what we can to try to bring people, but I think we're still doing our best, and we do have a couple of prospects right now that we're chasing as hard as we can. I think the best you can do is when you get a proposal or a request from somebody looking at office space there is to show them how accommodating and how welcome they are in the town of Superior. For this project, obviously, rewinding 4 years, the town board at the time could have said, yeah, we like the office plan and let's go that route. and we would have pursued a PD that included the office on it. But now it's 4 years later, half the property's already been developed, and it's a little bit too late to be able to go back and do that. And I know you're working with your economic development consultant. I've had calls with them also, trying to come up with new incentive ideas. On our side, even on the private developer side, those 3 blocks in downtown Superior, 2, 5, and 8, are our very last land to sell in the project. And so obviously we want to get that done and be able to close out the deal from a land development perspective. So we're coming up with creative ideas even on the private financing side of what we can do and how we can incentivize large office users. But I wish I had a good answer for you, but off the top of my head, we're equally struggling to come up with attractive incentives.
No, I appreciate it. And, if we had a magic wand, someone would have pointed out downtown to Medtronic and said, hey, look, turnkey. But,
4 years ago, right? I don't know why they're across the street, but we're certainly out there. We are, this is a total tangent, but we are starting a new marketing effort specifically targeted to business owners and office real estate professionals that we haven't really pursued before. We've been focused, it's been all around, but we've been focused on residential home sales, and we're going to put a really concerted effort into marketing to those commercial groups to try to bring them from a marketing and visibility standpoint. But we've even gone so far as to go advertise in Silicon Valley in the past. I mean, we've been trying, and we're still trying. I think it's a great location, and it'll be a great spot for the right tenant. But I don't know what else we can do right now.
I appreciate it, Bill, and the aside to across the street. But Mike and David, I think you understand some of our reservations in the aggregate, town of Superior and our comp plan and how many parcels we have left. And I think you've been through the same conversation with the Planning Commission, so I won't continue to beat on you guys for it right now. Thanks.
So unless anyone has other comments on that, I've got a couple other areas I had questions on. So Mike, can you provide some additional context as to what type of amenities will be in that pocket park? And specifically what I am interested in hearing is what type of amenities are you providing for the families that have children and are looking for play structures? Because it appears that the development isn't including any type of playgrounds or play structures for the kids.
Yeah, we are not proposing, it's more of a passive use park area. It's similar in nature to what we are proposing to build in phase 1. We don't expect a lot of children here. We expect only a couple. So that's typically, a tot lot is not something that we would propose in in the Wee Cottage area. So we propose benches and a large turf area, and really those are the types of amenities. There's a small shelter and picnic area in phase 1 proposed, but those are the types of amenities. We didn't feel the need for a tot lot or a playground structure here. There is Children's Park across the street that has a small playground to kind of complement the uses in these parks. So that's what we're proposing here. And
can I add to that, Mike, real quick? One of the purposes of Wee Cottage, and in fact, all of the product that we build, is our goal is to bring a diversity of housing types. And so when you put a pocket park that's designed for kids, that starts to signal what type of use that is. And the town of Superior has great neighborhoods, great parks for families. The purpose of this design is to bring a new product type for a different type of user. So we have nothing against kids. There would be no moratorium against them being in the community. But we are trying to develop and bring an alternative product type that really appeals to a different type of a buyer. And that buyer might be, a single woman, a single man who prefers not to have, those types of amenities directly adjacent. So I would say as much as those amenities are fantastic, this community is designed to be different than that.
So I appreciate that context and the intent, and I appreciate you guys bringing up the adjacency of phase one as well as Children's Park. I think the reality of things is that some families are going to see these as starter homes, whether or not there's a park or not. So we're going to end up with some kids in this area. Obviously, the homes in phase one are large enough for families. So with Children's Park right across the way, it's a fairly small park and it's a fairly older park, and it's going to see much more demand and use based squarely off your development. If it's not something you're considering or willing to do in adding a park or playground in your development, since we're going to have to increase I should say, help develop our current amenity to compensate for the increased usage, is there any type of additional amount that you can contribute to the town for this extra cost?
What is the extra? I'm not clear what the extra cost is going toward.
All right, I apologize. So my understanding is that the belief is that Children's Park exists and that it should be sufficient for your development for whatever kids are there. I don't know if you've been over to Children's Park recently. Children's Park needs to be updated. It needs to be enhanced, especially if it's going to have the additional volume of families that are going to be coming from your development. To compensate the town for needing to make those improvements, are you guys willing to add or contribute funds to that?
I guess if that becomes a requirement of this board to fund off-site improvements, we would have to consider that. But we've worked very hard to comply and exceed the code elements that are asked for on site. So I guess that's a conversation we would need to engage in further. I don't know that I necessarily agree that we will create an impact that we're not properly accounting for. I expect that people from other parts of original town will enjoy the parks that are built, and I know that there are other parks in original town that have extensive play facilities. It's not a far walk. I mean, that's one of the great parts of original town. So I guess we would need substantially more detail to consider that. I'm not sure what the exact proposal is, but if that's part of a condition from this board, we would evaluate it just like any other condition.
Thank you, David. I've got a different topic unless anyone else has something further on that topic.
Also coming up on 8 o'clock, we're at 8 o'clock. I'd like to offer an opportunity for a short recess for the board if we're at a good point for that, or maybe take another question or two. What's the board's preference?
Seems like we're pretty close to finishing questions here.
Yeah, I'd love to exhaust the questions, take a recess, and allow the members of the community to sort of queue up for comment, and then come back after that.
Good, thanks.
So my final question then relates to traffic and traffic calming. I appreciate the traffic study, and something that we've heard from residents is already concerns about how the development is going to impact the remainder of original town. Something that I'm having a hard time balancing is truly with a straight face telling current residents of original town, no, this isn't going to impact you. This is going to be improvement on your traffic, in which we've already had lots of challenges. Our transportation and safety committee has already spent years evaluating Coal Creek and traffic issues there. Since we can try to predict the future, but it's obviously going to be unknown, I've got to assume that at some point we're going to be dealing with some traffic mitigation issues. Similar to my question with the park, is there funds that you guys would be willing to contribute for future necessary traffic mitigation that could come out as a impact of your development?
Yeah, I mean, I would defer to our traffic consultant, because I think we prepare a traffic study to analyze that and to see, to allocate any potential improvements that the additional traffic that we generate from our development, mitigate any impacts that from that traffic. So, so we submitted the traffic study, and I don't believe there was any offsite improvements that were pointed out in that traffic study that were necessary from, impacts from this development.
Well, and I think it's a great, interesting point that Ken brought up. I know there's one definite impact that's going to happen on day one, is crossing McCaslin to get to downtown Superior, right? I mean, and Alex, I see you popping in and off. I've been, our RFB is like 30 grand, right? So, because of this development, more people are going to want to cross to get to downtown, which is great for everybody. But what I don't want to do is, be on the hook for something that's being caused because of increase in sort of the need to cross that street. But where Ken, I think, was going is also on the other side with Coal Creek Drive. As we see additional volume, each speed bump's 10 to 15 grand. These are things that happen for all towns. But I think, at least for me, the McCaslin roundabout, it is not safe for pedestrians to cross right now without blinky light, alerting the drivers of people crossing.
Neil, if you want me to jump in, I think the pedestrian issue, obviously there's a lot of attraction between this development and downtown Superior. We're hoping the low water crossing and the trail connection is one solution. Obviously, going across McCaslin is what will happen in the short term. I think having a crossing RFB on the north leg, making that safer. And it's not just this development, but we've had a number of requests for that particular improvement. So I think that certainly would be something in order. In terms of other impacts in Original Superior, all the Original Superior is built on a grid system. You have stop signs every other block. On Coal Creek Drive, we have extensive traffic calming. So I think whether we need additional speed mitigation, I don't think it's a matter of speed, it's more volume. And that's why we try to have more of an indirect connection. That's where we put our efforts into making an indirect connection to try to keep the cut-through traffic out of Original Superior. Whether we have a speed hump, I don't think we need speed humps throughout Original Superior. I think we have shorter segments, lower volume segments than we have on Castle Peak or Yarrow or some of the other streets in Rock Creek Parkway. These volumes are much lower, and we have other traffic calming features already in place. So my feeling is the RFB is certainly something that is of concern, and certainly something that this development is going to contribute to. Whether we need other traffic calming devices, I think is debatable, and whether we, even if we get the money, whether we can make those improvements acceptable to the community would be a question.
So let me put it plainly. I know we have a process now for the Transportation and Safety Committee where neighborhoods can come forward with a certain number of signatures and get a project considered. If we approve this and within a year or two after construction, we get a request from the original town community because of the impacts from this development, I'm not going to be happy that we're not having a conversation right now about how to mitigate those impacts and to have some type of contribution from the developer right now to help us mitigate these issues caused by this development. So Alex, if you are comfortable enough to say that, yeah, in 2 or 3 years after construction, we're not going to get one of those requests, then I'll say, okay, and we can leave it. But if we're not at that comfort level, then this is a conversation I want us to have.
Yes, I gave you my opinion on RFB. The other improvements, I think, would not meet the criteria that we have in place. We have criteria in our traffic standards, our roadway design standards for unimpeded segment lengths. And, we don't have those long segment lengths where we have long distances for people to gather speeds. But the RRFB is something that would probably would be needed in this case to ensure that we have a safe crossing of the roundabout.
Okay, others, any other questions? Not that we're completely finished with questions, but I'd like to propose a short break or short recess, then we do public comment, and then maybe final questions before we close the public hearing. Okay, sound good? All right, we'll be in about a 5-minute recess. See everyone back in a moment. All right, looks like all the trustees are back and accounted for. Let's go ahead and restart the meeting. We will go now to public comment. And if you'd like to make public comment on this item, please signify your interest by using the raise hand feature on the Zoom. If you are on the phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9 on the phone. And we'll go with people in the order that they have raised hands. And we'll start with Sam Hartman. If you would please start with introducing yourself, full name and place of residency, and then limit your comments to 5 minutes or less. That'd be great. And looks like we'll go now with Adam Fells.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Hi, this is Adam Fells, 402 South 2nd Avenue, Superior, 80027. And I am fortunate to be a new resident here and an owner of one of the Rogers Farms homes with my wife Kimberly here, an original stage 1 of the development. And I wanted to echo what one of our neighbors brought up earlier in the evening. Her name was Nancy. And I do feel that the current iteration that was expressed tonight with the reduction of the weak cottage concentration, the additional parking, and of course, most importantly to me, that alleyway that moves through to move traffic off of First and directly to Douglas was a great concession by our builders. So they did indeed reach out to us and provided an opportunity for us to speak and they listened and made those improvements. I also want to thank the mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and our trustees. I think you guys have brought up some really important concepts that those of us in the community depend on you to bring up and ensure public safety and fiscal management. As you can tell from how difficult it was over the past few months to get total clarity on the project, the project that's proposed, which I do support, and so does my wife, really does not mirror the original phase 1 single family homes. The differences outweigh the similarities. I think the only real similarity is location and name. The weak cottages will indeed attract a different type of buyer. They have a different footprint. They require a different level of home maintenance, and they require different landscaping. So what I'd like you guys to think about supporting me in is a process to consider separating the HOAs. I can see a scenario where a single HOA could work, and I can see a scenario where a single HOA could be extremely problematic. Currently, I don't think we have reached any system to separate the HOAs in an easy manner. In fact, based on what we now know, should the current buildings be built, it would become, we would have less properties in the original section than would be in the second iteration. And it would be very hard in the future to separate. So what I would like trustees and the mayor to propose is an opportunity for the current residents of stage 1 to meet with and try to separate, should we want to, into 2 separate HOAs. And I do want to let you know in closing that I have reached out multiple times and have not received the opportunity to meet with Boulder Creek. They have not reached out to me after my multiple attempts. So I think it might require your support in the consideration of separating the HOAs, not to say that the community of stage 1 does want that, but they haven't even had a chance to consider it. Thank you for your time and all your effort in this project.
Thank you for the comments. We appreciate it. All right, the next up for public comment is a phone caller, last 4 of 5452. You're on. Go ahead. Just need to unmute. Is there a trick for unmuting phone callers? I don't know if we do that on our end or their end. Does anyone know?
I think it's like *6, right?
There we go.
Yeah, I'm unmuted. Sorry. It's Bob McLaren, 212 West Douglas Street here in Superior.
Hi, Bob. Go ahead.
Appreciate the board listening to me, and of course the applicant. Lived here since 1965, grew up in the area. We built our home in '92 and been a part of Original Town for many, many years. Biggest concern that I have, although there's several, I'll try to keep it to as brief as possible. I'd like to bring up a couple issues. First off, we had a meeting July 9th with the Planning Commission, if you recall, and Mike Cooper and David Sinkley, the presenters, brought up the 3-story cottages then about capturing views to the west, having an ideal situation for a new kind of tenant or a new kind of landowner or homeowner, if you will. I will tell you that the 3 stories are a big concern for residents of Old Town and Original Town because nothing like that exists currently. We're seeing new homes come in, and I know several of my neighbors are pretty adamant about the additional height. So that's one concern. But I do want to bring up Bob McCool's comments back when he originally talked on July 9th about the entire property to hold 59 homes, not 61 homes. So there's 27 already being built. That still exceeds what we originally thought we were going to have on the property. I will tell you that when we originally talked about phase 1 of this development, the town was in favor of allowing it, of course, but we didn't really want the impacts to be on Original Town. And yet we're seeing that happen with this petition. I've heard from a couple of board members tonight, and I got to put a big thank you out to Ken Leash, who listened to Original Town concerns about the pocket park, the fact that playground equipment will not be in the new development, and all children will be using the existing parks. Well, that's only less than a block from us currently, so we're not against it, but I will tell you that the developer's saying that there's not going to be any children, maybe not currently when they sell their 500,000 or whatever cost homes are going to be with the wee cottages, but I can guarantee you in 5 to 10 years when the original owners move out and new people move in, that there will be a lot more children than are being anticipated. I don't know that the developers making these changes know about what it's like to live here and what we've experienced in the last several years. We've seen a lot of traffic. We've seen a lot of people that don't live in Original Town using our streets, using our pathways, using the trails. And I will tell you that south and east of your development, in my opinion, is the best place for the trails because it's only going to proliferate the number of people that are going to be on our streets and on the trails with this new development. It was mentioned that there's no way to bring a trail across the roundabout. There's a storm drain that is being planned. Well, I use the paths currently when I go to Louisville on my bike, and I will tell you that whenever there's some sort of drainage of any magnitude, we can't use those bores because they're full of water. I don't understand why it's different in your development, but it would seem to me that if you've got a drainage bore that is being used for water, it's not usable for bikes or pedestrians, but otherwise 90% of the time it is usable. So I would urge the board to consider that. The other things that I have about the water usage, that was a great comment from Trustee Teal Shea. I will tell you that based on 2 people, it's one thing, but I can tell you that what I've seen with property development and the number of people moving into our area, these homes likely will have more than 2 people living in them, more likely 4. And after they're sold the first round, there'll be probably more people than that. So I urge the town to really consider what they're doing. I know that there's a big push to get this development through, but I don't understand the big rush. I think that right now in the economic conditions that we have, there are
Bob,
probably not a lot.
Bob, you're 5 minutes wrapping up. Thanks.
I'll be over soon. Just give me another second or two. There are not many opportunities for commercial or office space. So I would urge the board to be prudent about moving forward on this project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right, next up is Mike Eats. Anyone else that would like to comment, please go ahead and signal by raising your hand. Mike, go ahead.
Hi there, except this isn't Mike, this is Debbie.
Hi, Debbie.
This is Debbie Yates, 115 6th Avenue, Original Town Superior. And actually the one question I have, Boulder Creek Builders reference the ability to go from Rogers Farm to, well, over to Founders Park, I'm assuming. And then hopefully in a year or so, they'll be able to go to the fabulous Parks 1 and 2 and the amphitheater and all that kind of thing. But in this discussion, there is the sidewalk that is on the, the north edge of the development along the creek. Is there a plan or a time frame or funding to continue that sidewalk and a pedestrian bridge that goes over Coal Creek right by Grasso Park, so then people can go safely under McCaslin? And as you know, there in the near future, there should be, as part of the work plan, lighting and that type of stuff on the underpass under McCaslin, which is so much safer. I mean, it's really impossible to cross McCaslin. It's not safe. So is there a way that's going to be built and funded in the near future?
Okay, thanks, Debbie, for the question. We'll circle back with that question as we go through final questions with the developer. I believe that was addressed a little bit in some earlier remarks, but we'll certainly clarify that. Any additional public comment on this agenda item before we close out a public comment? Please go ahead and raise hands. We will be closing out when we're done with this round. Steve Thomas, you're up next.
Thank you. My name is Steve Thomas. I live at 405 South First Avenue. That's the southern end of First Avenue, and our house will be facing this new development. My question has to do with Douglas Street between First Avenue and the traffic circle. If you approve the development that's been proposed by Boulder Creek Neighborhoods, is there additional town action required to complete the Douglas Street corridor from First Avenue to the traffic circle, or is that a done deal?
Okay, thank you for that question. We'll certainly address that when we're in our question and answer segment after following public comment. Anything further? Okay, let's go with Suzanne SR. Suzanne, you're up. Just unmute. It's the bottom left of your screen.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to start out by saying sometimes when I get ready for these meetings, I have a set of questions, and then I don't want to embarrass you all by saying I just want to fall in love with you when you ask and get answers for all the questions that I already had, and I get to cross them out. So lucky for you, you're not going to hear that whole long list. Anyway, part of what I just said, I want to thank you very, very much, all of you, for the in-depth and thoughtful questions you are asking. You are just greatly admired, and I appreciate the homework that we can see as citizens that you do, and the thoughtfulness of these questions. Okay, so I'm going to skip that item I was going to talk about. Oh, but I do want to say, especially the whole discussion about whether you want to call it fee exception or fee structure. I was right on with you. The first time I heard that, I was flabbergasted at the end of that meeting that it came up, and thankful to you. The other thing that I want to mention is, in my fairly lengthy message that I sent to you, where I listed many issues that I thought required a closer look, it probably was pretty clear that I'm not buying what's being sold here. I mean, I guess I just want to say that right straight, and there's a lot of straight talk here tonight, so I want to talk that way too. I have done, while all this has been going on, a lot of reading and research on this whole thing related to we home cottages, tiny homes, this, that, and the other thing. And it used to be that only developers were writing about this. Well, it's gotten much more expansive, the research. I don't know how much of this information is being provided to all of you, but Mr. Town Manager, I hope that someone on town staff is doing a lot of providing our town council people with what's going on today after the fact of communities like this being built. I just want to suggest, and I had written that, used the word gimmicky before. The question is this a fad or is this a trend? And I think there are some serious things that are going on, especially 1 year after packed in communities like this are being put in. So I hope you are going to have enough time to really be looking and reading at what is being said. And I'm not real comfortable with what I'm reading. Finally, I would like to ask Mr. Mayor, I guess I would approach you with this question. There was a petition that went in, and it was date stamped at Town Hall on 7/1/2020. It was signed by 52 people, and it said, and I know that it was acknowledged somehow because at Planning Commission, the attorney, Mr. Dan Bray, spoke about it at one of the meetings, but I haven't heard any reference to it by anyone else. So my question is, did you all receive this petition? Did you see it? And what basically, I won't go through the whole thing, but the end it said, we are officially filing this petition opposing a change in zoning classification of the Rogers Farm property. And then it goes on that it was discussed at the Planning Commission, and it was sent to all planning commissioners and all board members, and I think maybe most of the town's staff too. Is this something you ever received, Mr. Mayor? Were you aware of this petition?
Yes, absolutely. We did receive it, and it was entered into the record as public comment.
Okay, great. And then just because of your position, you're aware from looking at how the land use code reads that there are certain regulations related to any voting on a possible zoning change?
Okay, I'll ask you to just continue with your comments. We're not going to be able to get into a dialogue here, but we do acknowledge receiving it, and
okay.
So go ahead.
Okay, great. And that's it. That was my last thing. I wanted to be sure that everyone on the board, including the mayor, had spoken with each other or knew yourself that there are implications in that petition for zoning changes. That's all. And so I'm assuming if I could read it, you can read it. So thank you very much for letting me speak with you, and many thanks again for your thoughtfulness and all of the work that you're doing on this.
Thank you for the comments.
And thank you. Bye-bye.
Just a follow-up also to our previous caller who asked some questions about the Douglas Street item. We're going to actually address that in the agenda item number 5. So just to clarify, we're not going to be addressing that here during agenda item number 4, but that will be addressed during agenda item 5, and we will actually have a public comment segment in agenda item 5, and their residents are welcome to make comments at that time. So we'll be addressing that his question at that time. Anyone in the audience wish to make further public comment at this time?
If you don't
Last
mind,
call.
Bill Jenks, Second Avenue Properties, the current owner of the property. I just wanted to say, thank you to all of you for the careful consideration and guidance over the past 4 years. As you know, we've already been over it, but we've been on design on this for over 4 years now, since 2016, and ultimately ended up with Boulder Creek here with, I think, what's a really attractive and well-designed project. I think it provides an appropriate density gradient between original town and downtown Superior. I think it meets the intent of the town's comprehensive plan, and it improves upon the existing zoning by adding that shared green space and trail connections and vehicle connections and access that have had so much input from the community, none of which would necessarily be required in an existing zoning scenario. So, I just want to commend both you and Boulder Creek for coming up with what I think is a really great plan, and I can't wait to see the benefits of it.
All right, thanks, Bill, for the comments. Anyone else in the audience wish to make public comment on this item before we close out a public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll go now back to the board for follow-up questions from staff and or developer. And then from here, we'll close the public, or from that point, we'll close the public hearing and discussion and action.
I'll just say for clarification, Clint, I interpreted the question from the gentleman who was asking about the connection on Douglas Street not to pertain to the section in between First and Second, which is the subject of item number 5. But I think he said, maybe I misheard him, but first east to the roundabout, if that was a done deal. So I interpreted his question as whether there was actually going to be a connection via the roundabout to this development, and if that was a done deal.
Okay, thanks, Mark.
Which would not be then something that we can't discuss. Obviously, that is absolutely part of this application.
Yes, and if that was the question, I think the answer is yes, that is definitely part of this deal. Mike or David, you want to add anything, or Matt, do you want to add anything further?
I'll spin that into a question. Mike, David, did you look at alternative traffic patterns? So the fourth connection from the roundabout into original town, there's nothing it was built expecting that connection, but there's nothing that's been approved to my knowledge, and I asked this question a few weeks ago, that actually would require that. So Mike, David, in your exploring, did you look at alternative traffic patterns, including either patterns that had the roundabout but stubbed between First Avenue and Second Avenue, and or in the alternative connections that did not include the roundabout, that you would come from Second Avenue into phase 1 and phase 2?
No, we always contemplated a connection to McCaslin because we thought that that was imperative to have that second point of ingress and egress into this part of original town. So we always thought that connection would be required to McCaslin.
And you thought that because that's what town staff implied, or that was the most logical connection for you?
I believe we were taking staff direction that there was always going to be an access to that leg of the roundabout on McCaslin. There was a stub connected off of that, and I believe the intention was always that there would be a point of connection there going to Second Avenue.
And from staff's perspective, this portion of original town needs a second access, if nothing else, for emergency access. When we had the flood,
I agree.
We were worried that the bridge was we had to shut down the bridge eventually, and then that neighborhood was cut off from. And so, we have this temporary, while we have this emergency access, it's not the greatest. It goes through the former Shanshan property, but we definitely need a second good drivable access into and out of this neighborhood for original town, for if nothing else, for emergencies.
Hey, Matt, I want to be respectful. I'm asking the question because I think it came from a resident, but there's also a number of other configurations that were possible, right? You could have, if phase 2 was commercial and phase 1 was residential, you could imagine a scenario where phase 2 comes in from the stub roundabout and phase 1 comes from, and there is no connection between the commercial and the residential potentially. And so there's a number of other configurations. My question was, for developer, did they ever consider any other configurations? And I think the answer to that is no.
Well, Kevin, there was also a concept plan that we saw, and I believe there was originally no connectivity. There was always connectivity from McCaslin off the roundabout, but there was no connectivity necessarily to original town, or at least that was one of the possibilities, separate from the concept of maybe emergency access to provide the original town neighborhood with that second point of egress to McCaslin. But that's a good question, Kevin. Thanks.
Okay, there was also a question Debbie Yates raised during the public comment about crossing Coal Creek, the creek, and trail connections there. If Matt or someone could address that question.
What's being proposed there is a little water crossing to access across the creek and connect to the Coal Creek trail system.
Okay, so that's what I thought was the answer, and thanks for confirming that.
I think it's important for Kendra, the town attorney, to respond to the question about the petition.
Yes, I'm happy to. Yes, I took a look at the petition. The petition does not comply with the code, so you may certainly consider it the petition for the signatures that are on there and what the petition says. It does not, however, invoke the requirement of a supermajority for approval of this application.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. Any additional questions from the board?
I would address, if it's okay, the question from Adam Fells regarding the HOA.
Yes, thank you.
I'm sorry we didn't connect with Adam. We actually made a number of attempts this week. Maybe we've got a bad phone number or something like that. But Boulder Creek remains completely open to the prospect of bifurcating the HOAs. It's my understanding, and please correct me where I'm wrong, that's not a matter of discussion or decision for this board. But we take that very seriously. We have HOAs in every single community, and we remain totally committed to an open, transparent dialogue with our current homeowners about bifurcating the two. We're in the process right now of gathering significant cost information to inform that discussion. And I can assure everyone on the board that we will have a very robust conversation. And if there is a strong feeling from the current phase 1 residents that the second phase be a separate HOA, we would be happy to go in that direction.
Okay, follow-up question for, I guess, Kendra. What needs to be done, I guess, at the outset from town perspective to kind of ensure that can happen and get it?
Unfortunately, nothing. We don't get involved in HOAs. So I guess we have a commitment now from the developer to at least consider that, but that's, as he mentioned, that's not really one of our considerations here tonight.
Okay. I'm particularly sensitive to this because I was part of Sagamore, and I was sold a Sagamore home assured that there was going to be an HOA, and there actually turned out to not be an HOA. I don't know, to this day, I still don't know where the ball was dropped on that, but it created and probably still creates some issues in that neighborhood that there was supposed to be one created and it was never created. So how do we provide assurances to residents now and in the future that A, it will get created, B, if they want to change it to different ones, that it can, can be done, and they're not being told, basically, sorry, someone dropped the ball, but we can't do anything now, it's too late.
Will, I don't have a great answer for that, unfortunately. Again, it's not really within our criteria to consider. I have had that in development agreements before. It's not a consideration for a zoning, but it can be part of a development agreement. So we can certainly try to look at that in the future. But that's really the place that it would be more appropriate. It's a contractual obligation, not a zoning obligation, if that makes sense.
And I can address that, Mayor Fulton, as it relates to this project. The HOA has already been established for this project. So the phase one portion of Rogers Farm is fully in effect. There are board members that are acting on behalf of the declarant at this point, and we will be adding board members, or pardon me, homeowners to that board soon. So that HOA is fully formed. All of the documents have been fully put in place and are a part of the purchase contract and disclosure package when someone buys a home at Rogers Farm. And the second phase of Rogers Farm has always been contemplated and is clearly called out in those HOA documents that all homeowners have. The original version called out phase two as being townhomes, as we've discussed many different ways. We made the change to wee cottages based on neighbor feedback, and we did make an amendment to the existing HOA to accommodate that product type. So I can assure you that this HOA is in place because it's in place today, or it will be in place because it's in place today. And as I said, we remain completely open to the option of bifurcating them in the future.
Okay, thanks for that response. Any other questions from anyone?
I've got one more follow-up question. And in my original line of questioning earlier, I was talking about the trails and what the primary, or I should say the intended path is for getting out to the Coal Creek Regional Trail. And I guess this question is more directed towards staff. So I've heard the applicant's position on it. Whether Matt or somebody else on the staff, can you provide a answer as to why we are trying to push people down First Avenue and through the neighborhood rather than not pushing them around, or rather than pushing them around the perimeter of the development?
Want me to take that, Matt?
Yeah, seem good.
So I can pull up a map again if you want. I'm not quite sure everyone's 100% clear on how that trail system's designed, but it is, I think to Ken's point, the primary trail is an 8-foot wide trail that kind of goes north-south along the east side of First Avenue. But there's also an 8-foot trail on the south side of Douglas to direct people back up to McCaslin. So I guess if you're looking at the regional trail, what we have is, east-westbound traffic on Coal Creek Regional Trail, and no way for them currently to get back up. Basically, if you're going on the regional trail underneath McCaslin and you come out in the original town, it's not easy to get back up to McCaslin unless you feel like you're headed. You can go right by Town Hall if you wanted to, but if you're going to continue on, you would go into or across the low water crossing and into Rogers Farm. So if that's your destination, that's where you're going. If you're trying to get to the Mayhoff or Single Tree Trail, this is picking up that traffic that would otherwise be going through original town to carry you all the way north-south through this development, and then it ties into the other kind of regional trail along the Depot Street trail bed. So that was the design. I don't know what the other real alternatives are. I think what Trustee Lish was maybe suggesting was a stronger connection along Rogers Farm, right along McCaslin, and that I mean, it would be kind of redundant because you can get straight back up to the McCaslin, the trail along the McCaslin right away. So the intent there was for that to serve the sidewalk within the development to really serve the development and provide pedestrian access to the fronts of these homes, which will face McCaslin. And if it's easier to go over this on a site plan, I can do that as well. But does that answer your question, or did you have something specific that I didn't address?
No, Stephen, that was fine, and I don't need you to pull anything up. Thank you.
All right, anyone have anything else? Okay, anything further before we close the public hearing and move to our discussion segment? Okay, public hearing's closed, and we'll now go into discussion. All right, who'd like to start? Seems like we lost Ken. There's Ken.
Just having bandwidth issues, apologies.
Okay. Okay, thanks. All right, discussion. Who'd like to start?
All right, I'll go first.
Okay.
Since nobody else is chomping at the bit. So I want to thank Boulder Creek for coming to town with another exciting project. I'd like to thank staff, Stephen Williams in particular. He did a really excellent job with all the materials, both at the last meeting and this meeting. So thank you very much. Really appreciated all the red lines to see how things had changed. I want to thank Boulder Creek for listening to the Planning Commission and to the residents and to the board previously in reducing the density from 61 to 55 units. That was exactly what the Planning Commission asked for. And there are many times that our Planning Commission, they spend a lot of time and effort reviewing our applications that are coming before the board. And a lot of times developers don't actually listen to the recommendations that they're requesting. So I really appreciate the fact that in this instance, we do have a developer who's actually listening to us, hearing what the community wants, and making adjustments to their original plans. I'm appreciative of the increased off-street parking and on-site driveway spaces that have been added. I think that that's going to alleviate a lot of the concerns for the people who are currently living in phase 1 of Rogers Farm. So I think that that's an improvement. That said, I'm a little nervous about the height. We currently don't have anything above 32 feet in original town. We've heard concerns from residents that, that's going to be something, when we hear of, current buildings that are being constructed that are nearing that 32-foot threshold, we're hearing, concerns from the residents in the area. So I'm concerned about, what an additional 6 feet above the 32 feet that is the current existing zoning, what that's going to do. But anytime that we're considering a change in zone application, the way I tend to approach these types of applications is to look at what could go there in the event that we deny this application and use that as kind of a starting point to ground, what the alternative is to this original application. And back when we originally heard this concept plan for Rogers Farm, not phase 1, phase 2, but just a single concept plan, we were originally hearing a proposal for 56 single-family homes and 50,000 square feet of office space. Another option was to do away with the office space and just do 67 detached single-family homes. Now what we've got is 27 single-family homes in phase 1 and 55 proposed in phase 2, bringing that up to 82 total. That's significantly higher than what we would have achieved if the actual concept plans that were presented to the board back in November of 2016 was actually then finalized as a PD and an FDP and a site plan, which isn't great, but that's what happens when ultimately you have a developer who elected to go use by right on phase 1 because it was already platted out, and now we're dealing with phase 2 to figure out how all of this works. So, hindsight's 2020. I really wish we could have had the opportunity to plan this entire development as a single project. I think that would have been better for Original Town. I think it would have been better for Boulder Creek. I think it would have been better for the town. But here we are. So the question is, what is the existing zoning, this RM and agricultural zoning in the area, allow for, and what is being proposed, and is that an improvement or not? And in the event that we deny this application, there's the potential for 66 dwelling units to be built there instead of the 55 that are being proposed right now. And so we always hear concerns about density. One of the concerns that we heard was what the Planning Commission said: 61 was too dense, so reduce it by 10%. Well, Boulder Creek did that. And if we don't reduce the zoning, if we don't approve this development application as it's currently proposed, we could very well have a more denser final product, because this land is going to get developed. Like, there's no way around it. It's going to get developed one way or another. And it's just a question of, do we want to have say in it? Do we want to have the opportunity to actually have some input into the design and, what this is going to bring to the town? So that's just something to keep in the back of your mind. When we talk about unintended consequences, if we reject, there is the possibility that we're going to get something that's going to be significantly more dense. That said, it's not going to be above 32 feet, right? So their zoning, they're limited to 32. So the question, with regards to that is, what do we really care about here? Do we want to limit the density and take something that's going to be potentially higher at 38 feet, or roll the dice and limit the height to 32 feet, but have potentially 66 units built in this area? I don't know necessarily what the answer to that is, and I'm interested in hearing all of your perspectives on that. But that, generally speaking, I like having at least the option of weighing in on it and controlling the destiny of this area. With respect to the overall look and feel and the design of the product, I think Boulder Creek does a great job. I really like what Boulder Creek has done elsewhere in Superior. I do think that the Wee Cottages, this is a unique product. I think we're going to be offering some diversity in terms of housing products to the town, which I think is needed. We can't just be a town that is building $1 million homes exclusively. We need to be offering something that is more attainable to different aspects of the public. But again, like, this isn't attainable housing. This is market rate attainable, which that really doesn't mean anything to me, because at the end of the day, the builder is going to sell the product for whatever they can command, that the market will command. So I recognize that if there are things that they can do to bring this in more cheaply and less expensively, that's good for them, and they could, in theory, charge less. But I don't think that that's necessarily going to happen. I think they're going to charge as much as they possibly can for whatever they can build, and that's with or without this $500,000 development fee credit that they're asking for. So I like the Wee Cottage idea. I'm appreciative of the reduction in the density. But at this stage, I don't think that it's a wise move for the town in connection with a development application to essentially give them $500,000 so they can, in theory, develop a less expensive product with no condition that they're actually going to pass that through to the customers. The way I look at it, that's just going to pad their bottom line, and there's nothing wrong with that in theory, but I don't like the idea of that $500,000 development fee giveaway. That said, I think this does merit a conversation holistically about what our development fees are, and do we think that, because I think that the argument that has been made about them being less intense users of the systems has some merit, and we should potentially have a discussion about our development fees, the system development fees in general. But I don't think that conversation is appropriate to have in connection with conditions of approval. So I would not be in favor of the $500,000 development fee credit. I also think that if this is going to get approved, I would want, and I believe David Sinke agreed that he would be supportive of this condition, that they are not going to be building any attached units. So these are all going to be single family detached, and that a condition of the approval would be that this is just single family detached. And the PD as drafted currently allows for either, and I don't like having the flexibility in the PD. So those are my main comments. I think that this is a good product. I think they've listened to the community. I'm just not comfortable at this stage with the $500,000 credit, and I'm nervous about the height, and I'm interested in hearing others' thoughts on that.
So Mark, I'm glad you brought up the conditions, and I had one other condition that I think I heard the applicant agree to, and I believe that related to either adding additional berming or other noise reduction measures along McCaslin, or at least for a portion of it. So Kendra, if that's something we can include as well. I don't necessarily know exactly what the applicant was envisioning there, or Neil, if you had a specific thing you were envisioning, since I think that was your topic, but I want to make sure we didn't lose track of that one.
I think the only thing the applicant acknowledged is not so much berming, but that first house may need some noise attenuation. I don't think we got any deeper into it than that. Okay. I didn't have any other, I mean, I didn't even consider a condition at that point, but I'll let you keep going.
I'm open to, I'm in support if there's a condition in there that you're interested in. I brought it up, the issue of supplementing Children's Park. I think this is something that we should be pushing for. Children's Park is already in somewhat disrepair and needs enhancements. Adding the additional impacts from this development, I think pushes it over the edge, and this is something we should be seeking a contribution from the developer for.
If I got some information, Paul reminded me that as part of each building permit, they'll be required to pay a $3,000 park impact fee for each unit. That's part of our fees. So apologize to you, Trustee Lish, for not providing that information to you sooner.
And we can't double dip on that one.
So I can appreciate that the park impact fee is a general fee that we apply to all developments. This is a bit of a different animal. We've got a development coming in that doesn't include any play structures, that's going to directly impact a adjacent park, and there's nothing else we can add there. Is that, Kendra, did I hear you correctly? That's your position?
Yeah, yes, correctly.
We can use the funds we receive from the park impact fee to use to enhance Children's Park.
Right, I understand that, but then that doesn't go towards park maintenance or anything else that we would typically use that money for. We have a very direct need due to this development that I'm trying to get addressed, but I'm hearing we can't do that. Frankly, in my opinion, that I think this application is deficient, because we're still not seeing a comprehensive addressing of making sure that our families and children have the amenities that they need.
So Ken, I agree with you that there's going to be a couple hundred new, if this gets approved within a couple of years, we have a couple hundred new neighbors in what is effectively a island community, because you can't easily get anywhere else to enjoy the other amenities within the town of Superior. So the only amenity that they can easily get to, particularly families with young ones, is going to be Children's Park. There's going to be an impact to Children's Park, and it's something, and there's going to be an impact to the low water creek crossing, which is, I don't quite understand how that could be handicapped, but I was interested in that conversation. You know, I think the comment around eventually we may have to look at a pedestrian bridge for that. There's going to be additional costs to the town as a result of these couple hundred residents. And I'm using residents instead of homes because there's going to be more than one person in each home. And of course there is, but I want to compare that to Mark's point of, okay, what could happen if we don't approve this? And is this development, which is coming through an application, and we have the ability to provide a voice on this, as opposed to if another development that is mostly use by right, and frankly, I'm a little confused because I didn't think this was completely platted. So I don't think, and maybe there's a question for Matt or Kendra, but can phase 2 be pure use by right, or would this come to the board because this was not, the platting was not complete? Phase 1 was total use by right. We never saw about it. We got a memo saying this is what Boulder Creek was doing. Could something similar happen in phase 2?
The board would need to approve a plat, but if the plat adhered to the requirements in the code, we wouldn't have any grounds to deny it.
Okay.
That's correct. Yeah, it's
Thanks.
just a plat, not a zoning, so that's correct.
Right. That was my understanding as well. So then can I sort of, I think your comments are good. I just, with regard to, you know, somebody ran some numbers around Original Town, because there are so many homes in Original Town that are built on double and triple lots. If Original Town was built out to its full capacity, I think, you know, Matt, you may have the number off the top of your head, but I think it's at like roughly 32% capacity today from a plotted homes, correct? Something like that?
Right.
So there's just, when you think about parks and roads and bridges as part of the infrastructure, we don't, I'm not sure we have the proper infrastructure in this part of Superior to support our new neighbors, and I think we need to budget for it accordingly. But I'm not sure that because a applicant came with a PD that that's the right time for us to Kendra's point, kind of request a double dip. I just don't think that it's going to be possible. I do think Children's Park is a separate conversation. I think the road crossings are a separate conversation. Neil brought up a great point. There's going to be people, we have to be able to get people safely across McCaslin. And it's going to be, you know, $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 to make those improvements.
You know, as for parks, you know, Founders Park, wonderful park, not too far away from this area. It's several blocks, but people go out for exercise, and I think depending on the age and interest of children, that's where they will go, and it does not require crossing busy streets. Soon enough, we're going to have parks 1 and 2, underpass hall to get over there. So I agree, Children's Park could use some improvements, but it's not for all ages anyway. Right. So I think there's actually quite a number of amenities that are in very close proximity.
Right. So I'll tell you, I'll just volunteer where I am. I do not support changing the tax fee structure at all at this point. I do appreciate Boulder Creek coming and saying, you know, that they will agree to remove the condition where they would have the flexibility to attach some homes at the garage level to sort of beat the code. No, I'm not saying gaming or whatever, just, you know, I appreciate their flexibility to remove that. If they're not going to pull permits for a few months and we want to conduct a low-cost study to better understand that, I suppose we could do that over the next few months, but it should not be, but this application we're considering for me will not be contingent upon that study one way or another, or what this board agrees to. I, like Mark, have a lot of concerns around the variance around height. You know, I continue to drive by adjacent neighborhoods and see the disparate housing stock, and aesthetically it is just so noticeable to me right now. And when I think about these, the concept of the wee cottages, and I really appreciate Boulder Creek bringing the visual aids from some other development that they've done. And it was convincing to me that, okay, if you put too much space between the home, it does start looking a little less less aesthetically appealing. But I am very worried about something that is 37 feet high. Also worth noting that other homes in original town that are 32 feet high or roughly 30 feet high effectively are built at ground level. These things will be bermed up by a couple feet, I'm sure, even if only 18 inches or 2 feet or something. And so when things are bermed up a bit, that 37 feet is gonna look a lot like 38, 39, 39 and a half feet. These homes are gonna look really, really tall. And I'm worried about it. So like Mark, I want to hear what other people think. I mean, I'll share his concern that I also, I like having the diversity of housing stock. I'm not convinced this is going to be remotely affordable. These things are going to sell at, north of $400 a square foot, probably. So somebody wants to spend, $600,000 or so on a home for 1,700 square feet or less that has some upgrades. That's what's going to happen. And I suppose that's less than the $1 million home in phase one, but it's still a tremendous amount of money. And while it brings diverse housing stock, it may not bring the diversity of resident that I think a lot of us are seeking. Anyway, so I'm looking forward to hearing the voice around other people around the height exceptions.
I'll go next. I'll start with a comment that I actually really like the product. I visited a WeHome back in Stapleton in 2019 and pretty impressed with everything I saw about the home. I actually like that BCN listened and came back with a lot of the revisions to sort of make the overall project better. A town like we're all saying, a town like ours needs diversity of housing stock, and it's a huge step forward to adding what we need. I do agree, there might be a price point today, and then the actual price point we see sometime in the future might be massively different. But we can't control that. All that said, I'm still wed to finding a way to realize the comp plan. At the end of the day, we had a comp plan in 2012, and other than the residential development, we have struggled to attract any commercial development whatsoever. We're headed to being a town that is just the marketplace, Rock Creek Center, and a hope for downtown. If that's what we want, then we're there. Or we're going to try to control our destiny by putting some incentives out place for commercial development and the economic diversity that we've all clamored for and said that we want. I would have much preferred to see a commercial pad abutting the traffic circle, provide the sound buffer for the homeowners, a distance buffer to the cars racing up and down McCaslin. Anyone who stood next to a traffic circle has heard lots of screeching and engines racing. So in a perfect world, we would have seen that iteration, with commercial along McCaslin, a slightly smaller neighborhood again, on the other side of that, emergency exit through the commercial development for the neighborhood, so they have a secondary egress other than the bridge. And then that neighborhood probably would not significantly impact the traffic in original town. But that's not the application we got, because we didn't try to stack the deck to realize our comp plan. We received the same type of development any sane developer would give us to ensure a timely return on their capital. There's no one that would stretch themselves out here on a hope of commercial development at this pad without some sort of offset from the town to help that get realized. So does this development help our community? It does add the lower priced housing that we all say we want. It adds a secondary exit for this part of original town. Are those sufficient relative to the trade-offs and what we're not getting? I don't know. I'm not, like I said, I like the housing stock. I'm not convinced that this is the best use of the plot. But I think as Mark started to point out, this is used by right, and we may not be able to control what comes back. All the changes that BCN has made to add more parking, the turnaround, the space for delivery trucks, they're not necessarily anything that we could see in a future iteration or have any influence over. We may get something that creates, massive parking problems and potentially more traffic issues for the surrounding community. It's the sort of quandary of the devil is what you know versus what you don't. And and I'll be honest, I really don't know how to move forward. So I'm I'm listening, and happy to hear what others have to say.
Neil, do you want to speak to the height question, since that's?
Yeah, no, that's a fair one, and it's a tough one, right? Because I think it works really well for the way that the project has been laid out. But I think to Kevin's point, and I think we all have seen a number of questions around the other homes that are being built in this part of original town that have been bermed up, that, if you count from the ground up, it may exceed the 36 feet. If you count from the bottom of the house up, it might hit the 36, but it's going to look significantly taller. So I think philosophically, I'm opposed to it. But I can see BCN's perspective of, with the 3-story homes, it does reduce the overall sort of front back footprint.
Okay, thanks. Who'd like to go next?
I just want to chime in one more time about the height. Even though I do have concerns, one of the things that I've been kind of going back and forth on is, it's one thing to put something that is exceeding 32 feet in the middle of an existing neighborhood, where, it's just towering above the neighbors. It's another thing to kind of stagger that height, closer to McCaslin, and then have it, sort of buffered by then, the phase 1 development, which is not in excess of 32 feet. So, while it is a concern, I think I would be more concerned if we were talking about phase 1 right now being, in excess of 32 feet, talking about going up to 38 feet, because I think the phase 1 development does provide that kind of gradual descending buffer into, the existing surrounding neighborhood there that is, obviously single story or maybe 2 stories. So there is that at least aspect of mitigation, that at least the higher products are essentially closer to McCaslin, which I think does mitigate it a bit.
Okay, thanks, Mark. Ken, you were going to speak.
Yeah, so I obviously shared my thoughts on the park issue, but from an overall project perspective, I appreciate that Boulder Creek is coming forward with a product that we don't have already in town, and a product that we frankly need in town to help diversify our offerings and not just attract new home buyers and first-time home buyers, but also to have a place for people to scale down if they so desire, and not be stuck in $1 million homes. And that's the only option they have if they want to stay in Superior. I will say that I wanted to love this project from the very beginning, but I am having a hard time seeing the benefit to the community, and that it's actually going to be an overall net positive, especially to the people in downtowns or in original town Superior that are going to be impacted day in and day out. I think that and again, I appreciate that Boulder Creek did as many listening sessions with the neighbors as they did. I appreciate that they listened to Planning Commission. I appreciate that they came back with multiple changes from our last meeting to today. And I think those were all good changes. I will put those in the bucket of common sense changes. I think those were changes that everybody saw, and that's why there was such backlash, and that's why there was such vigorous comments from the community about this development. And I think where it lands on our shoulders is great. We've got the immediate neighbors that they've had their concerns heard and realized, but it's on us to make sure that the rest of the town is benefiting and is going to be in a net positive after this. And I don't know that that's where we are. I think I'd probably be saying something different if Boulder Creek had been willing to step forward and do some of the things we talked about tonight, or if they would still be willing to, but I understand I can't necessitate that and I can't put it in as a condition, but those are the types of things that would have pushed me over the edge, and I don't know where I'm going to land. I too am concerned about the height, and frankly, with my other concerns, I'm probably less amenable to move forward with it.
Okay. Laura or Sandy?
I'll just jump in real quick and say that I am absolutely not supportive at all of concessions on the fees. And it sounds like they're going to move ahead anyway, even if we don't give them. I do think it makes sense to do an exploration moving forward, because I'm a strong advocate that we really need to look at attainable housing in this community. And no offense, people, these units are not it. They're just not. I think Boulder Creek has done a great job of trying to adapt and listen to our concerns. But for me, I still come back to the comp plan and the fact that we continue to show concessions on commercial and office space, and we just give in and give up and we don't try. And so for me, you know, no concessions on fees. If they're going to build residential, they pay the fees they're supposed to pay. As far as the 38-foot height, absolutely adamantly opposed. I was absolutely adamantly opposed when we had huge differentiation between a couple of the blocks in downtown Superior, and nobody listened, and it's come back to haunt us. So I just can't go along with the 38-foot variance. In the big scheme of things, I love the product. I think the product's great. I just don't think this is the place. And for me, I'm not going to concede on what's in the comp plan unless we are truly addressing a needed housing stock, and a $500,000 to $600,000 house is not needed housing stock in this town.
Okay, thanks, Sandy. Laura?
Sure. So, I mean, I think I share similar opinions to most people here. I'm really grateful to Boulder Creek Neighborhoods for this work. Like Neil, I also had the opportunity to visit these wee cottages out in Stapleton, and I was really impressed. While I know Sandy just made a great point about affordable housing, and I will agree that these are not affordable housing. However, I do think they absolutely satisfy a need that we have in this town that is not met. I'm really excited for this type of product to come in. Frankly, it's something I'm very happy in my current home, especially now that I just put a new deck on. But had this been in place a couple of years ago, I would have been so excited to live in one of these rather than the home that I did purchase. With regard to the fees, I think initially I was leaning toward a concession more because I really do want these to be the single family units. But especially after hearing the comments of my fellow board members, I agree. I think let's not do the fee concession there. It sounds like they're probably going to be single family anyway. I mean, there's such a big demand for that. So I don't see a need to provide a concession. With regard to the playground, I think Ken brought up a great point there. And I'm a little torn on that one. I do think that this demographic, I think the demographic that these homes are going to attract is maybe not going to have as much need for playgrounds as some of our other areas in town. So for me, it's slightly less of a concern. And then I think that's all the points. So I will pause there.
Okay, thanks, Laura. All right, I'll go through my comments and then we can have any further discussion. You know, we've heard about the need for a variety of housing for years, and this absolutely is going to address a need that I've heard about in our community for many, many years. So I'm excited about this housing type being added to Superior. I think it's going to be a very successful project, and we're going to receive a lot of great interest and a lot of nice new residents from moving in there. as I think back to, what could have happened in phase one, that is zoned medium density, and they could have built duplexes on all of that by right. I mean, pulled permits for duplexes, and I think they made the wise decision to put single family homes there, but I think we'd be having a whole different discussion now if we had duplexes there and by right. And so I think this absolutely complements what they've done in phase one. And I think if they were proposing something commercial in phase one, I think we would be hearing an outcry from, and I did hear this from original town residents during past concept plans is, hey, we don't need commercial over here. That's across the street at downtown. We've specified the commercial across the street, and we've not been able to fill that up yet. So let's just have the residential on the original town side, on the west side of McCaslin. So I think that's what Ranch and Boulder Creek responded to with this product is the Wheat Cottage product. And I also think it's a better product than a traditional townhome or condo or apartment building. All of those ideas have been floated in concept plans in the 6 years that I've been on the board with this property. So I'm most excited about this option for this property. Like Mark mentioned, I would have probably preferred a PD for this whole site, but that's water under the bridge, and we are where we are. So we need to make the best decisions on where we, with what we have. As for the height variance, I'm always sensitive to height issues. Generally, when we're talking about height exceptions, we're talking about, all right, whose view is this going to block? Who's it going to impede? And, McCaslin is what's to the east of this site. And there's, I don't see many view impacts from a couple of feet of height variance. So I'm less sensitive on this particular project. I also think height variation adds variety to developments. It's I think we get very vanilla with our height caps sometimes. Everything just goes up to the maximum height and that's it. So I think having a little bit of variation can add some interest, and I think it would be okay at this site. So I'm not opposed to the height variance. Development fee credit, like my colleagues, I'm not in favor of a development fee credit. I appreciate the argument, and I do think it could deserve some further conversation towards future projects, but on this particular one, not in favor of that. So those are my comments. Welcome any further ones to wrap up.
So I have, I guess, two additional questions / comments for the board. I guess the first one is just how does the board feel about the potential for use by right, getting things just platted, and then all of a sudden we've got the potential for 66 units, a much denser product than is currently being proposed. It doesn't necessarily need to be like that, right? They could, just because it's RM zoning doesn't mean they need to build duplexes. They could just essentially extend phase one throughout phase two and just do single family homes. That's a possibility. And then it would be less dense because you would only have 33 units instead of the 55 Wheat Cottages. So I guess the first question that I have for the board is just, okay, to Neil's point, it's the devil, right? Do we feel more comfortable with being in control of our own destiny and approving something like this, and versus rolling the dice with something that potentially could be a more significant, intense use in original town? And then my second question is, and I don't know if Boulder Creek is willing to consider this, but we could, in theory, impose a condition that just says, yeah, we like this product and we like the project, but we don't like the height, and we're going to limit it to the existing zoning. So two questions for the board. I'm interested in hearing your thoughts on that.
Well, Mark, I'll answer. I would prefer to go with this project versus some unknown project. And as far as the height, I stated my position on that. So. Others?
Yeah, I mean, so I'm really happy with Boulder Creek, right? I was disappointed to hear from a resident that they didn't get a call back, but let's assume there was some miscommunication, voicemail, or bad phone numbers. But every review I've heard from Boulder Creek has been that they're a quality builder, responsiveness. They've been in our neighborhood a few times between Calmonte, Phase 1, and a number of other locations. They're, located in Louisville. I would really be personally sad to lose Boulder Creek. We're obviously frustrated on another issue we're going to talk about later, hopefully. But I'd much rather find a way to work with Boulder Creek than to reject this application and then find some other builder that's going to come in with, 32-foot duplexes that are not aesthetically appealing, that may not offer the same diversity of housing stock. Something similar is across the street. I like the fact that some people do not want to have a shared wall. And so while I'm not against a townhome product, I wouldn't necessarily, I like the process of being included in the development application. And so personally, I'd like to find a way to work with Boulder Creek. I just don't know if I can get my head around the 37-foot 3-story buildings and still call these wee cottages. But I get that it's got a smaller footprint, and the advantage there is you get a couple extra visitor parking spots in the pad. But I personally, I think that's where I'd like to see the change.
As I said it before, I mean, I do like that we get to control our destiny here, but, I think we're also using the extreme case as, the other end of the spectrum, 32 paired homes, because that's what you could do. And just to be clear, I have no problem with townhouses. I think environmentally, they're a smaller footprint. They tend to have better noise abatement just built in. Townhouse development's not the worst thing. So put that out there. But at the same time, I'm torn because of the simple fact, I would have loved to have seen some commercial development, but Clint's right. We've got a lot of other places that we're dying for commercial and no one's showing up. So it's a struggle. But to the height question, I would rather not approve that variance. It does help the BCM product work better, but I think philosophically, it's a bridge too far within this development.
Okay, others? We're kind of getting towards a condition list here as well through this discussion. So Laura, go ahead.
Oh, I think that was me.
Sure. Go ahead, Ken.
And I didn't know if you were ready to talk. Sorry about that. I thought Clint heard me and thought it was you. I guess just a question I have. I mean, I fully understand the reaction from our residents in Original Town to the height, and I too had that reaction. But I also hear what the applicant is saying, and that these 3-story homes, they are not on the west side of the project. They're not abutting the current Original Town. They have Phase 1 in between where Original Town currently is constructed and where these 3-story buildings will be. I mean, in theory, these 3-story homes are not necessarily going to be even visible from the majority of people who live there. So I mean, I have my own concerns, but I think it would help me form my own opinion if I understood why this was an issue for those of you who are concerned about it.
Okay, thanks, Ken. Laura, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I'll echo Ken's request. I'm not inclined to see it as too much of an issue. And then Mark, also to your earlier question, I definitely want to find a way for us to work with Boulder Creek neighborhoods on this. The feedback is resoundingly positive, and frankly, I've been impressed by the changes they've put in between our July 13th meeting and now in response to resident concerns.
So Ken, I'll answer your question about why the concern about the height. It's really two things. First and foremost, we have land that is currently zoned RM that has a height limitation on that as a result of its zoning. And when people buy into the area, when they live, they have a right, in my opinion, to rely on the existing zoning. And anytime that you're going to change the zoning in a manner that upzones it and makes it a higher and more intense use, whether from a density perspective, from a height perspective, all of those are significant changes that need to be very cautiously made. So I think just from a kind of purely legal perspective and an expectation perspective that's based on the existing zoning, I think that it's the right to rely on it and for it not to change. And then just secondarily, we have heard public comment, we've heard emails from the community about preserving the character of original town, and height is just one of the elements that potentially has the ability to change the nature and character of original town. So I think that those are just two important considerations for me. I'm not necessarily like 38 feet versus 32 feet is a different situation than we're dealing with across the street, where we were talking about, and I think it was a point that you raised in one of those hearings, Ken, or maybe it was you, Neil, about 32 feet and then 55 feet right across the street. Like you're going to cast a shadow, and there's going to be a huge difference. 38 feet versus 32 feet. When we're only talking about 13 homes of the 55. Isn't necessarily as much of a, I think, significant concern, but it's still a concern. But not necessarily one that can't be overcome. But I just wanted to understand what the board's kind of feeling was about the height, and whether this was something that we were interested in potentially exploring a condition on.
So I'll respond to that then. I think there's a lot of asks here, and I agree with you. I think this is a big ask. I think if we were hearing from, and again, it's not purely hypothetical, but if I was hearing from Boulder Creek that no, we will address some of your concerns, of other issues, we will contribute to X, Y, or Z or whatnot, and that there was that type of willingness to understand that there's a lot being asked for here, I'd be more amenable to moving forward with the height as proposed. But I think right now I'd be more in favor of supporting a condition to limit it to just 2 stories.
Trustee Lish, I think you heard the recommendation from Alex on we feel like there will be a future need for RRF&B at the roundabout. So if you wanted to make that a condition, that's something that I think would make sense to add.
Kendra, do you have any input on that?
Tell me exactly what you want the condition to say, sorry.
So my concern is I want us to make sure that we have the ability when we do need traffic and safety calming measures in place, that if there's impact from this development on it, that there is some type of contribution. Matt, I don't know what the best language is.
Again, I gotta stop. I don't think we can do that.
Our estimate is $15,000 to install that at the roundabout.
Okay, so I'm hearing, I just don't think, we already collect an impact fee. We're legally not allowed to double dip. So I'm not sure how we could.
Well, the impact fee is for parks.
Oh, okay,
What
sorry.
I'm talking about is at the roundabout for pedestrian crossing.
Okay. So you want to make that a condition? I mean, technically that would go in the agreement, not as a condition of approval.
Could the condition be that it be added to the agreement?
We would need the developer sign off on that. An agreement is both parties, so this is a little tough.
You couldn't do a condition upon the contribution of up to $15,000, $20,000 for an RRFB as a result of the increased pedestrian traffic and public safety?
Normally I would take the developer in the hallway and we would have this conversation. This is a little awkward. I don't know if the developer's willing to do this or not.
Well, let's hopefully somebody has given the developer your text, your cell, and they can.
No, I don't have that. So I'm happy to talk to the developer, but I'm just.
Well,
can we invite them back into the meeting as they?
No, because I don't want to do that because I think we've got two potential conditions that I think can.
So, okay. What are the two conditions we want? Because we might as well, we're going to have to take a recess and I'm going to have to call them offline. So what are the two conditions we want now?
First is removing the option to build the duplexes.
Okay.
Right. So it would be single family detached only.
Got it.
Developer contribution of up to $20,000 for traffic calming initiatives as a result of increased pedestrian traffic, to be used at the discretion of the town. They can't say it's between First and Second Avenue. It's intended for McCaslin.
Okay, I need a little help with that one. Shall contribute up to $20,000 for what? For
Traffic I don't want to even say RFP. Traffic calming initiatives at the McCaslin roundabout.
Such as an RFP.
Right.
RFP meaning?
Rapid flashing beacon.
Thank you.
Okay, was there any other conditions that?
The other thing was the $500,000. I mean, they were asking us for the concession on the development fee, and
we just rejected.
So I don't think that that's necessarily a condition.
No, that's not a condition.
We're just saying no.
Right.
And then I think, we've got, it feels like we're a little uncertain. So I don't know if there's consensus yet on the height issue or more narrow. I know we can't do a straw poll, but I'm not sure there's consensus one way or another. It was unclear to me.
Yeah, same here. I don't know how we get there other than just kind of getting people's definitive answers. I mean, I've gotten a couple of definitive answers, but I've gotten more question marks by people than I've got definitive answers.
Yeah, I'll be definitive on this, Clint, so there's no ambiguity. I would like to see a condition that the 3-story housing stock is removed.
Okay. All right, Mark, can you provide some definitive position on that? And then I think think we're going to have an answer there.
No.
No what?
I can't.
So, Mark, let me tell you where, let me try to just convince you if I could. We can't call this a we home and have a 3-story housing stock. If we want to have a conversation around diverse housing, and I think we should have that, and let's not call it affordable housing, but let's call this a unique type of housing. And let's have it, you know, a we home, but, you know, stacking 3 houses on top of each other and putting it next to a home that might be as small as 1,100 or 1,200 square feet, it just doesn't pass the sniff test of a we house. Putting that next to a place where the legacy homes that are on 2nd Avenue, and even the legacy homes that will be able to see this from the backyard of 3rd Avenue, and they will see this towering thing. And okay, it's 3 stories, so it's not a towering thing, but a house that is noticeably larger, taller, not larger, taller than anything else in that community just doesn't pass the sniff test with me.
Yeah. I mean, I hear you. And I guess I don't really care so much what they call this, right? Call it a wee cottage, call it whatever. You know, this is a product that has a smaller footprint. It has a, you know, it's going to attract a certain type of buyer. I think Laura raised a really good point about, you know, what she would have bought if this was available, you know, a couple of years ago. And I think that that's a legitimate issue, and, you know, diversity of housing stock is important. I guess where I'm getting a little kind of, you know, tied up and running in circles with myself is, you know, we're talking about 13 homes of the 55. You know, what is that? 20% of the project that potentially could go to the 38-foot height, and, you know, a good chunk of that's going to be on the south. You know, it's going to be interspersed, and, you know, we're not builders, right? We're elected officials here trying to do the best job that we can for our community. And, you know, I think it is a valid consideration to have, you know, diversity in heights and in, you know, building dimensions. And, you know, I think that this, you know, if we imposed a condition on height, we potentially could get a homogeneous, boring looking project that, you know, could be more aesthetically and architecturally interesting if there was, you know, the additional height in there. So, you know, I want to be mindful of people's expectations of the zoning. I want to be mindful of their concerns about the height. I think Clint raised a good point about, you know, when he thinks about, you know, height, it's really from a perspective of, you know, the views, and, you know, are people's views in the mountains going to get blocked? And, you know, I think that the concern about, you know, shadows is also a legitimate one when you have a 55-foot building next to a 32-foot building. That's going to be a concern. Here, maybe the height isn't as much of a concern as, you know, everybody thinks it is. And if that ends up being a deal breaker for the developer, and then all of a sudden, you know, we don't get a project that we'd actually prefer over use by right, I think, you know, we're overthinking things, overcomplicating things, and getting a project that's actually, you know, worse than it would have been if we just went with what was originally proposed. So, I mean, that's why I'm struggling with this thing, because while I hear people's concerns about it, I can see both sides of the issue.
Just a quick point, Mark. I mean, all Rock Creek Ranch is limited to 2 stories, and I think there's plenty of diversity, you know, with how the homes are laid out. So, I mean, I do agree that, you know, height variability does add, you know, some aesthetic differences. I think it can also still be accomplished within the existing zoning.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's going to be, you know, when you have something as dense as this is, and when it's so close to each other, I think, you know, height has the ability to be a defining characteristic. Yeah.
Okay, I think though close, I think height is going to not be acceptable. Height variance is not going to be acceptable to this board. So that will need to be a condition. Kendra?
So the condition will be
Nothing
that the
else.
height,
Height limited to 32 feet.
okay. Okay. All right, do you want to take a little break so I can try to discuss this directly with the developer and come back to you?
Yes, let's do that.
Okay.
Okay, well, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, what do you think?
Let's try to do, I don't know, let's do 10 for now, see if that works.
Okay. All right, 10 minutes.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, thanks. Mayor, we are all set whenever everyone is ready.
Thanks, Kendra. Okay, I think we're all here.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. I did have a chance to talk to the applicant offline. The applicant is willing to accept the condition that only single-family detached dwelling units be in place, no duplexes, and also is willing to contribute up to $20,000 toward the traffic calming measures. The height is a much bigger problem because, as it's been explained to me, and I think as they said earlier, and I'm not testifying here, I'm just sort of pointing this out, that will change the entire configuration of the project. That will impact parking, that will impact many other aspects of the project, and therefore they can't agree to that height limit at this point.
Okay, thanks for having that conversation with them. Then, yeah, I guess additional conversation on that. Do certain board members want to perhaps reconsider that?
So I guess where I come out on this is, is this something that, we want to control our destiny on or not? And are we willing to accept the plan as proposed with the 13 homes in, various areas of the project, against the risk of having this platted for something denser? And, I think I look back to my first board meeting, I think it was, where we had the concept plan for Rogers Farm originally, and I don't like use by right. I much prefer the opportunity to have a say in what things are going to look like and, what conditions we can negotiate on behalf of the town and our residents, rather than, somebody just coming to us and saying, okay, well, we're going to plat it and we're going to build what the zoning is going to allow us to build. I think when we look at, what happened on William Street, those, people have complained about those homes. Use by right, I think, is something that should generally be avoided if we can. So I think I can live with the height as proposed, because I think that this is a good project. I think they listen to the town, and I think we're getting some good concessions here. So I'm willing to move forward and support the project with the conditions that have been agreed to, with the height as proposed.
Okay, thanks, Mark. Others?
I would agree with Mark on that. I think it would also be different for me if it were every home that we're going to have that height. But I think it's basically less than a fifth. So I think it will provide a little bit of variation without necessarily being too overwhelming.
Okay, thanks.
What do you mean less than a fifth?
So and maybe I'm misunderstanding, it's only for 13 homes, right? That could be that 3-story?
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Sorry.
Okay, just making sure I understood it too.
But just, for math purposes, it's closer to a quarter, 13 out of 55.
Yeah. This is the most common variance that we'll ever have. This is going from 2-story to 3-story. We've made some significant concessions for the developer around the style of home, setback, number of other issues. I just think that it would, making this one additional concession around a height variance is unnecessary. So. And I really like Boulder Creek, and I don't want to, a duplex that is aesthetically appealing, that will have commercial, they're not going to bring in cinder block duplexes. There's going to be if we lose this developer, to somebody else's point earlier, we're going to see another, well, we may not see an application and it may be a replat, but it's going to be a high quality builder because that's what the market is demanding in the town of Superior. So if we lose this and we end up with duplexes, so be it. I might be amenable to, I hate to put Kendra in a bad position, but I might be amenable to having an exception for, I don't have the map in front of me, but the 3 or 4 houses that were right off the park in the middle, that might draw an eye to it and look interesting and, almost have the church steeple type view. So I might be amenable to approving if it had a significant reduction from the current proposed number of homes at 3-story.
Again, just to let you know that they can't do that without reconfiguring the whole development. So it's that's not going to fly.
Okay, that's fair. So I guess Mark, it sounds like you're, it's from my perspective, this is not something I'll happily continue talking to try to convince folks, but I suspect I won't convince people. So, but I'm not worried about, this is not, if this was a concession for a commercial builder across the street that we've taken 4 years to attract, I'd be worried about something. I'm not worried about finding another builder for this very attractive spot. Do not think we need to make a concession so Boulder Creek could sell 3-story homes at a premium. These will be lot premiums because they're going to have additional parking. This isn't public parking. This is, 2 additional parking spots for the homeowner. That's a premium.
So Kendra, just clarifying question, if this condition is put in there and, if we put it in anyway, despite they're not wanting it in there, what happens then? You say the whole thing will need to be redesigned.
Well, they'll have, either they'll have to come back to you because they can't, you're not approving what they've designed, or it'll put staff in a tough spot because staff's going to try to have to figure out how to move forward what you've approved. So, I'm not sure what would happen. They would either have to come back with the modified design or see if staff is comfortable moving forward, trying to figure out how to implement what the condition is that you're putting on.
Okay. Kevin, I hear what you're saying, but I think, these are the kind of decisions that send signals out into the universe. Are we open for business? Or are we closed for business? And I think denying some request like this is going to send that signal out. And yeah, somebody else will come along and something else will happen on this site, but at what time and at what expense to other things, i.e. across the street? That's what I think we're really concerned about is momentum for downtown Superior. And this is a product that's, I think, is very much needed. And I would.
I hear you, Clint. We are, for any developer that's watching this now tonight or at some point in the future, we are open for business. Bring us your best ideas. Really like Boulder Creek. Thrilled to have them. They've proposing something fantastic, but for me, there just isn't enough there to offset the most material exception that we could make, which is around a height variance. I understand that I'm asking the impossible to do a redesign on the fly. And so if that's not possible, then I'll, you know, I'm willing to see this again in 2 weeks or 4 weeks. But, you know, it's up to them. But what we heard from Kendra was that they can't do a redesign on the fly, and I need to be respectful for that. But I personally have not heard enough to offer the concession.
Let me ask a question to you, Kevin. I think you raised a bunch of really good points. Does the height of a building depend at all on the topography of the site to you?
I think it's a great point. I think what we've learned that from across the street, it absolutely does, right? I mean, this is, you know, so yes. Because this, you know, as you're traveling on McCaslin, you know, Rogers Farm is significantly below, you know, the grade of what McCaslin is, right? It's that little valley there. So I don't know how much lower it is than what, you know, where McCaslin actually sits, but you know, it's not going to look necessarily as tall because of just the topography of that site, that it's kind of sunken down. I think
versus if it was totally at grade with McCaslin.
I agree, Mark. I think that's a really good point. I think your point around the shadow, you know, this isn't casting a shadow. This isn't affecting anybody's view plane corridor. And frankly, even if there was somebody that had a home on 2nd Avenue, nobody's looking 2nd Avenue across the roundabout to the sports stable saying, please don't screw up that view. I mean, it's just, that's not a legitimate gripe. The gripe here is, I haven't heard, you know, that this has been, well, it's been plotted for 100 years, but, you know, the code has been in place for a long, long time. I have not heard enough to undo the very good work of our elected predecessors. No disrespect to you guys who feel like you have, I think that's fine. But for me, you know, I just don't want to undo that good work. This is a very valuable piece of land. Whichever one of you said this is, you know, this will be developed one way or another, I absolutely wholly agree, especially after a very attractive phase 1 product was put in by Boulder Creek. This is going to look great. Somebody, if we lose Boulder Creek, somebody else is going to come in with a duplex. And if it's, you know, 64 duplexes that are a little boxy, that's okay for me.
Do you think that'll be okay for the people who live in Original Town?
What's that?
You think that that'll be okay for the people who live in Original Town who are concerned about the density that was originally proposed at 61?
It's the difference between 61 and 64 is not going to be material. I'm pleased that these homes had a reduction, but the counterpoint of, right, but we don't have a number of homes, 13, 16, whatever, the, you know, 15 homes that are at 3 stories, we didn't make that exception. I mean, it just feels like we're kind of circling on this, guys. I mean, I have nothing, I have no additional value to add to the conversation outside of, I have not heard enough.
Okay. Sandy, were you going to say something?
I was just going to say the 38 from McCaslin is not the problem. The issue with the 38 is from the existing homes in Original Town, and that now all of a sudden we've granted a variance for 38 feet within, you know, blocks of them. And what does that mean going forward? That, oh, well, we've granted one variance, so maybe we've started the slippery slope and we're going to do more. So, you know, you know, McCaslin's not the issue here. The issue is the variance from what we have sitting in Original Town.
Okay. Ken or Neil, you want to
So
anything further?
I don't take this decision lightly, and I think we have to consider the
the devil we know versus the devil we don't. And Kevin, I fully agree with you that this is going to be developed and we're going to get something in here and it'll be a good product. I think where I am still, and why I've wanted to love this project for so long, is these we homes, even if we have some 3-story ones, they are unique. They offer something different. They are not ubiquitous across all of Boulder County like so many different townhomes are. It's something that still brings a different level of value to Superior while still delivering on a diverse housing stock that we're missing. So I don't necessarily want to say no to this with the thought that, yeah, we'll get something, but it might be townhomes. I think there's value here. I appreciate that the developers is pushing forth that $20,000 for traffic calming on McCaslin. I'm at the point where I'll support this project, but I'm going to make the commitment to Original Town, and I would ask my fellow board members and whoever is on the board after the selection that we put forth the commitment to Original Town, that if there is traffic calming that's necessary, we put it in. That if and when we need enhancements to Children's Park, we put it in.
Ken, something's wrong with your sound. Could you maybe try turning your video off for a sec and see if that helps?
Is this any better? Can you guys hear me?
Much better. Yes, thank you. Could
You went to 11.
Yes.
All right. Sorry about that. I guess all I was saying is I will commit to supporting Original Town in all of the ramifications that I think approving this development will entail. And that means that if and when we find additional traffic calming is necessary, we step forward and we take that commitment and we put it in. Same with enhancements to Children's Park, that I'll vote in favor of this because I still think this is a better product than what we might see down the road. But I don't want us to be turning our back on Original Town, and I hope that you all take that commitment as seriously as I will.
Folks, I got to jump in here for a minute. If I hear one more comment from my colleagues on this board about townhomes and how they are an inferior product, I may have to scream. People, there is nothing wrong with townhomes. There are people all over this community who live in, and there are people who are living in attached units in downtown Superior that are townhomes. Please stop your disparaging comments about townhomes being an inferior product.
Hold on a second. Sandy, if you heard what I said as townhomes being an inferior product, you misheard or misinterpreted what my statement was. But my statement was that adding this product adds value. It is not the same as the townhomes that we see all across Boulder County, and it adds something different and unique to Superior. It adds diversity of housing stock. So don't try to put words in my mouth that did not come out of my mouth. I have not disparaged townhomes or anybody who lives in townhomes.
Okay, Neil, do you want to add anything?
I don't have much to add. I mean, I think Kevin made some great comments, with respect to, and Sandy, in the sense, it's a slippery slope here. If we grant this variance, everyone that wants to redevelop an Original Town is going to want the same thing, which, if we're ready to go to 40 feet from here on out, then let's do it. Otherwise, ask them to come back. But, hey, let me just clarify. I am probably voting no on this thing anyway. So, and that's based back to the comp plan and this sort of potentially lost desire for, business footprint. So my vote on this specific item doesn't really influence the change. But I also do want to push back on what Mayor Folsom said. This does not mean that this town is shut for business. This just means that we take our design and our zoning seriously.
Okay. All right, with Ken's position, it sounds like we have changed where we are on this height issue. So I would propose at this time someone make a motion with Kendra, can you review the
Sure.
conditions, please?
So the two additional conditions other than the two that were already in there are the development shall include single-family detached dwelling units only, and the applicant shall contribute up to $20,000 toward the town's actual cost of installing traffic calming measures, such as a rapid flashing beacon at the McCaslin Boulevard roundabout.
Okay, and
Can we, I'm sorry, on that second condition, can we just, it's not just traffic calming, but it's pedestrian oriented traffic calming. Does that make sense?
Oh, okay.
Thank you. I just don't want to, I'm not trying to, cars can only go 15 on that thing anyway. So I just want to be clear. It's pedestrian oriented. Thanks, Kendra.
Okay.
okay, procedurally, Kendra, do we need to do the ordinance and then the resolution?
Let me just
One quick question. So Kendra, just for clarification, the $500,000 credit, that is not something that is on the table anymore.
Correct. That would not, yes, that was a request that, yes, it's not part of either the zoning or the plat.
Okay. All right, ordinance or the resolution first?
Stephen, I believe we want the ordinance first. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, yes, please, the ordinance first.
All right, would someone like to make a motion? Mark, you want to do that?
All right, I'll make a motion to approve Town of Superior Ordinance number O-12, Series 2020. An ordinance of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Superior approving a planned development to rezone Rogers Farm subdivision from medium density residential RM and agricultural urban reserve AUR to planned development case number RZN 2020-02.
Okay, make motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis. I have a second. Second by Trustee Skrzynski. Any discussion? Okay, roll call vote, please, Phyllis.
Lasis,
Yes.
Hammerly,
No.
Folsom,
Yes.
Skwazinski,
Yes.
Shaw,
No.
Ryan,
No.
Lish.
Yes.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Motion passes. All right, next is the resolution.
Congrats, guys. Oh, sorry.
I'll make a motion to approve Town of Superior resolution number
57.
57, Series 2020. Resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Superior approving a final plat and final development plan for the Rogers Farm subdivision, case number FP 2020-03 and FDP 2020-02, subject to the same conditions.
All right, motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis. Do I have a second? Second by Trustee
I'll
Skrzynski.
second.
Roll call vote, please, Phyllis.
Skwazinski,
Yes.
Shaw,
No.
Ryan,
No.
Lish,
Yes.
Lasis,
Yes.
Hammerly,
No.
Folsom.
Yes.
Thanks.
All right, motion passes, and thank you to Boulder Creek for hanging in there through that agenda item, and we welcome you to phase 2 of this project. So thanks to all the residents as well for comments, and appreciate everyone's input on this item. All right, we're on now to Item number 5, adoption of an ordinance for a quitclaim deed associated with West Douglas Street right-of-way between First and Second Avenues in Original Town.
Thank you, Mayor. See, Stephen Williams has a brief introduction on this topic, and then anything we might have from the applicant, and then answer any questions from the board. Stephen.
Hi, got the wrong one up real quick. You guys see my screen all right?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. So real quick, I just wanted to go over their conveyance proposal. Again, Stephen Williams, town staff, agenda item 5 relates to the conveyance of 2 segments of West Douglas that were platted as right-of-way as part of the South Addition to Original Town in 1903. The applicant, Boulder Creek Neighborhoods, is requesting to acquire this area via a quitclaim deed in order to develop it into a public park. Boulder Creek has a short presentation of their own, but staff felt it was important to clarify the direction that was given to the applicant on this request, as well as give you some insight on the timing as to why the board is seeing it now and not earlier. So this proposal is being processed as a quitclaim conveyance versus a vacation, because vacations traditionally split the parcel in 2 and give 50% to each adjacent property owners. The goal here was not to convey that property to the residential lots that are proposed on either side of each segment, but to actually create a different public use for these areas. So because this request is not a vacation, it was not considered by Planning Commission or reflected on the associated plat. So there was some confusion at the last meeting about that aspect of it, so I wanted to clarify that. But I also did want to clarify that Planning Commission was aware of the request, because we did clarify it to them verbally and showed it to them as part of the plat memo, as well as at the respective Planning Commission meetings. So BCN has been working on some version of this development since 2018. Throughout that period, BCN's development proposals for this area were being reviewed by staff. We were repeatedly related to them that it would be premature to take a vacation or a quitclaim conveyance forward without having the context of phase 2 of the development for the board to consider. So I feel like it would have been difficult for a number of reasons, but we don't know what the use was for phase 2. It could have been commercial, it could have needed more traffic flow. We didn't have a traffic study to evaluate it against those type of things. So it would have been difficult for staff to make a recommendation on eliminating this right away until we knew what the second phase of development was, and didn't feel like it was appropriate to bring that kind of request to the board without that information either. So given the context of the phase 2 proposal, staff feels that from a traffic standpoint, supporting this proposal would deter the cut-through traffic, which is part of the comprehensive plan goals, while affording an additional outlet that's needed for residents within Original Town and phase 2 of Rogers Farm, which we experienced in the 2013 flood event. But that said, staff also recognizes that there's broader public versus private ownership considerations to consider, and that's something that is left on your guys' shoulders, essentially. So the proposal for BCN to develop and maintain this area is what's currently being proposed, but they've also related that they're happy to develop it and not retain or obtain ownership, rather leave this as a public park that's maintained by the town. We did a cost analysis of that earlier today, and maintenance of a park of this size with the amenities that are included would probably be about $5,000 a year to water it and maintain it. So that's additional context that we wanted to provide you. And the only other context, I guess, is that Boulder Creek would like the right-of-way designation eliminated from this, and that's for the benefit of their prospective buyers, so they don't have a concern about a roadway eventually going through this area. So that's my brief summary, and I'll turn it over to Boulder Creek for their presentation now. Or if you have any questions of me, I'm happy to answer them now too.
Yeah, I'll share my screen here. Mike Cooper with Boulder Creek Neighborhoods, 712 Main Street, Louisville, Colorado. As Stephen mentioned, we're before you tonight with a conveyance for the Douglas Street right-of-way. As we discussed in the Board of Trustees meeting on August 10th, a couple weeks ago, we prematurely constructed park and landscape improvements in portions of the Douglas Street right-of-way between 1st and 2nd Ave. This work was completed out of sequence, and we shouldn't have proceeded with construction until the board had considered the right-of-way conveyance request and confirmed the need or the lack of need for a street to be constructed in this area in the future, and considered a proposal for the contemplated park improvements. It is still our desire that the town convey the right-of-way as we maintain that this is in the best interest of the town. The proposal for a park in this area has widespread community support and support from staff, as you just heard. This slide shows the phase 1 development as constructed more or less to date. Based on community and town board feedback at concept reviews of the past several years on different proposals for Rogers Farm, we did find that there was a consensus that a direct connection from McCaslin to 2nd Ave via Douglas Street would only promote cut-through traffic through Original Town. Thomas Street does provide the more desired indirect connection between McCaslin and 2nd after construction of Douglas Street between 1st and McCaslin is completed as proposed in our phase 2. This indirect connection via Thomas Street provides just enough inconvenience to discourage traffic from McCaslin to cut through Original Town via 2nd Ave to Superior Marketplace. And this encourages traffic to utilize Marshall Road to access Superior Marketplace. Alex submitted a memo to you with some findings that this route going via Thomas Street versus Douglas Street is 720 feet longer. There's one additional stop sign and 2 turns to negotiate, and adds about 30 to 40 seconds as compared to the direct route, as you can see on the next slide here. And staff concluded that this will effectively discourage cut-through traffic the way it's configured as proposed, while maintaining direct access for non-motorized travelers, per his memo. Should the board approve of this landscape and park improvements that are out there today, we do propose that the HOA will maintain these improvements in perpetuity. This park will receive a high level of maintenance by the HOA that we typically do in all of our communities. All of the improvements out there right now are HOA maintained. These areas include the tree lawn areas on 1st and 2nd Avenue in the front yards of the phase 1 homes. So this Douglas Street right-of-way area is contiguous with those areas, and we think it makes sense. Most makes sense to have that be HOA maintained. And we would propose that we would have a public access and utility easement over this area to maintain legal access for pedestrians, as well as dedicate appropriate easements for public utilities. I believe there's water, reclaimed water, storm, and dry utilities going through this park area now. Ultimately, if the decision is made by the trustees, the Douglas Street is not needed to be constructed in this area. This conveyance will assure the public and residents of Rogers Farm that the traffic patterns that you decide will be maintained. And just a quick summary of the community benefits. It reduces the likelihood of cut-through traffic. The Thomas Street connection is inconvenient enough, but it maintains the emergency connection that has to happen and encourages proper use of the road network as described. High level of HOA maintenance at no cost to the town. And as I mentioned, all these areas are contiguous to all areas that are already maintained by the HOA. We will propose public access to this park, and this will provide clarity to residents about the future of traffic patterns in this neighborhood. So thank you for your consideration. We've hashed out the reasons about where we're at the previous hearings. I won't go into that, but we respectfully ask for your consideration in this matter. Thank you.
Hey, Mike, a real quick landscaping questions. When you guys set this thing up, there's some sod laid down. You obviously tapped it into, a sprinkler or a water line of some sort. Is this tapped into the town's gray water line, or is this in the freshwater line that feeds into the other BCN homes?
This is in the gray water line, correct?
Okay.
And it is tied into the HOA system. Just like we would maintain the public right of way for the tree lawns and trees, we are currently maintaining this area, even though it's in public right of way, correct?
Thanks.
So 2 questions / comments. Usually when you look at traffic calming, it's, it's a balloon or an artery, whatever, choose your analogy. If you plug something somewhere, the traffic goes somewhere else. I think this is a really good design. I think the design is just enough to discourage the cut through traffic. I think it's really, really well done. What I don't like, obviously, is the process and the way I don't like inverted processes, and it felt like it was inverted. We were put in this difficult position. Having said that, I think this is the best possible outcome, given the phase 2 that's just been approved. Having said that, we have a policy or a practice in town that we've borrowed, just as you wouldn't dig for construction without calling to make sure there's utility there. We have a saying in town, art before you dig. You've already dug. The framework for this park is already there. Will you consider layering in some artistic element into the park beyond the gazebo that's effectively been there? And I don't know what that means, but what I'd like to hear from you is the consideration of a commitment for that. I believe there's now going to be the lots adjacent to this are obviously going to be at a premium. I know you've withheld selling them as a result of that. I think we've just, assuming this approves, this will increase the value of that lot. I want to hear from you some flexibility to meet with our cultural art and public space committee. Little mea culpa there will probably be necessary because we did do some digging without the art, but have your commitment to layer in some art into this park, which aesthetically is really nice.
Yeah, I think that's something we're open to. Absolutely. I don't see a problem with us exploring that option.
Okay, perfect. Great. So that's option. I'm going to think about what that option's going to, we want artists or not, they have rent and mortgages and college loans just like the rest of us. And so we should look at some remuneration there. So maybe I'll turn to my colleagues and maybe I'll think about what that looks like, but some contribution for art to be determined later in the park would be appreciated. So,
okay.
I have a question just about process. I agree. We don't need the right of way, and the way the plan is now designed. This will deter cut through traffic. I think through original town that it's not all going down Douglas Street. And generally, I'm always supportive of when developers build parks and playgrounds, those types of amenities for the community to enjoy. Here, there's really no compensation to the town for the land. And when I was considering it in light of the fact that there was a $500,000 request in the last item we just talked about, I had my concerns about it. I guess a couple questions that I have is, if this parcel is conveyed to Boulder Creek and then managed or then conveyed to the Rogers Farm HOA, what impact will this have, if any, on the HOA fees that the Rogers Farm residents are expecting to pay? Has that already been factored into the budget for the HOA, or is this going to be coming as a new surprise to them that all of a sudden there's significant maintenance costs associated with managing this park?
No, we've already factored that into the current HOA.
Okay. And then, since this is town land and this has already been built, what happens if we just elect not to quit claim? I mean, this is a question, I guess, for the board, for staff, for Kendra. You know, what's the option here if we just didn't quit claim it? We continue to own it, and it's essentially somebody just built something on our property. I guess we could just choose not to remove it, right? We could just continue to own this land. Is there any benefit to us not quit claiming it and just continuing to own this parcel as a town-owned park?
That's really up to you as far as maintenance goes, I think. You know, I would suggest that if that does happen, that we do amend it and not call it right of way anymore. We would call it what it is, but I think that's up to the board.
That's essentially just the option of no longer having it privately held, and the town takes the additional future liability of paying for the maintenance of the park.
Correct.
Just a question, and I apologize if I missed it. I mean, is the goal here that it's just a pocket park and there will be no sort of park-like amenities? I know in the hearing we just had, the target demographic for the We Homes is people without kids. So this is just a grassy field for people to sit in, or is BCN looking to add some park-like amenities? Because the same way that, you know, Trustee Ryan pointed out, you know, our arts committee, we also have a Parks and Rec committee who has spent a lot of time helping, you know, figure out what's the best park-like amenity to put in these parks.
No, the amenities that we're proposing have been installed. We're not proposing, it's not a very large park to put a playground in, and I believe that would be to the detriment of the adjacent homes. I'm not a big fan of putting in playgrounds, you know, within 15 feet of the side of somebody's house. So I don't think it's a very good context for a playground of that magnitude. I would state that there are park-like amenities in there. There's no playground, but it is a park, and
I don't disagree with that at all. I think that, you know, the definition of a playground has changed dramatically from giant chunk of plastic to what's out there now. But I just wanted to be clear, what's out there now is just a gazebo and a bench, and that's pretty much all we should expect to see on there. Is that what I'm hearing?
yeah, there's some picnic tables, benches, and a gazebo, correct.
All right. Thanks.
So I'm kind of coming back to Mark's comment about whether there might be a way to structure this differently. Is there a way we could lease this lot? I mean, you know, municipalities lease lots and buildings to nonprofits and things for a minimal amount, you know, for 15 years, and you know, and in return, you know, we put some additional requirements on this lot. You know, I mean, maybe some rocks out there. And I definitely concur 100% with Trustee Ryan about, you know, let's, you know, get a commitment that we're going to get some sort of artistic features. I mean, it's Town of Superior space. So let's, you know, try and get a commitment that we get some art in there.
Just procedurally, anybody think we should stick a road back in there?
I don't know that we should stick a road back in there, but I guess that I'm not totally convinced that this is not going to be more of an inconvenience to all of the new residents versus eliminating cut-through traffic. I think Coal Creek Drive is the cut-through. This exit to me is all about phase 1 and phase 2. So to me, it just feels more like an inconvenience to phase 1 residents and phase 2. I get why it was done. I think exactly why it was done is because this board kind of set that ship in motion with lanterns, with the Coal Creek Drive decision. So this is very much a similar scenario to that. So I get why it was done. If we were starting from scratch, I would probably be on the side of keeping it as a road and as a exit point, but just it feels like where we are now, it's probably best not to go back in that direction. It sounds like that's the direction of the board, is wanting to keep it, keep what's there.
So I'd just like to say, Clint, I completely agree with you. I mean, to me, a big part of eliminating cut-through traffic is having a lot of options for people to get out. And I'm generally opposed when we're closing off roads. I mean, I think the more roads you have open, the more the traffic has room to flow, so it's not all going in one place. That said, I also, I can see that the tenor of the rest of the board is to not necessarily turn it back to a road. And, you know, I'm okay with that decision as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, Clint, I definitely did not come in saying absolutely let's let it be a park, because I'm with Laura. I think it makes sense to have the connection points. I think the traffic calming part makes sense, but this was a smart shot that would have diminished the amount of impact going through neighborhoods. That's going to, you know, now it's going to be a little bit convoluted, but it's got that traffic calming value. But I think we are giving up something very significant by closing this street. And I think as a result, we should ask for some significant things for Boulder Creek builders to commit to us to do in this park area. And that includes art.
Yeah, I'm 100% against tearing up what's there and putting in a road. That to me is absolute deal breaker. I drove through the neighborhood yesterday. I think the way that it's set up right now makes the streets safer. I think if you had a direct access point from Douglas Street to the roundabout, that would dramatically affect the, number one, the neighborhood that was sold to the phase 1 residents of Rogers Farm. You know, they weren't sold that there was going to be a road there. I know that they understand that, yeah, there was a right of way there, but they saw the park that was going in there. And I think that they had a right to rely on it. And now that it's there, they certainly don't think that it's going to get torn up and paved into a road. But you know, I think that they would dramatically alter the look, the feel, the safety of that residential, you know, subdivision. I think it would make it less safe for kids, for bicyclists, for pedestrians. So I'm 100% opposed to making it into a road.
While I'm not opposed to leaving the park there, I do want to be cautious of the logic that we're putting out there. I mean, I want to make clear that we're not saying because you think it's going to be a park, therefore it will be a park. I mean, thinking back to a couple meetings ago when we were looking at a potential development application on the Zaharias property, we had a number of members of the public who were misinformed and saying, oh, I've always thought this was open space. That doesn't mean that we turn it to open. Well, we didn't even have a choice in that. We couldn't turn it to open space. That's not an option. But I just want to be very clear that we're not telling the public, oh, if you think it's one way, then we will do it that way. I mean, I have to say, as much as I'm a fan of the products that Boulder Creek Neighborhoods is building and everything that I've seen of them, I am really disappointed that this park was going in before we had the opportunity to have this discussion, because I think it does mislead the public.
Okay, I want to have a time check in here. We're 10 minutes to 11. We've got public comment. May have some other questions, discussion among the board, and then a motion. I think we're going to probably push past 10 minutes for that. So I want to see if there's having said that, I think we're probably about 15 minutes away from wrapping this up. So I want to see if there's a willingness from the board to extend to 11:15, 11:30 to try and wrap this up tonight. And that would be my preference.
I would support that.
Support it.
Okay, anyone not support that? Okay,
I'll make a motion to extend to 11:15.
Okay, motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis, second by Trustee Lish. Roll call vote, please, Phyllis.
Shaw,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Lish,
Yes.
Lasis,
Yes.
Emmerly,
Yes.
Folsom,
Yes.
Kwasinski,
Yes.
All right.
Thanks.
Thanks. Motion passes. We're on till 11:15. All right. Anyone have anything further before we circle over to public comment? Okay. Public comment on this item. If you have any public comments on this item, please signify by using the raise hand feature. Going once. Okay. Kelsey, you're up. Anyone else, please go ahead and use the raise hand feature to be next in line. Kelsey, you're up and available to speak. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Kelsey Akers, future resident on 2nd Avenue. I would just like to support the agreement to keep it as a park instead of turning it into a road. I think many of the Rogers Farms residents would prioritize the safety and the limiting its ability to be a cut through over the inconvenience to us as residents. I think we were aware that the park was potentially not going to be there, but hopeful that we could get this to a park instead of a road.
All right. Thank you for the comment. Any additional public comment on this agenda item? All right. Seeing none, we'll go back to the board. Anything further from the board? Questions, comments?
I suppose my only comment at this point is to the applicant, or I guess to Mike. Do you guys have a number that you want to put forward for the public art, or do you want to leave that to us when we're making our decision?
I think our preference would be to have you guys make a condition recommendation, and we will do our very best to comply. I am not personally aware of what a reasonable amount would be as it relates to a park addition or a art addition, but be very excited to work with the commission and come up with some alternatives.
So
what do we spend? $200,000 on the roundabout art? Is that 200 or?
Yeah. And I just want to, so I appreciate the flexibility, and we're not just recognize, we're not going to propose, it might be, who knows, maybe it's a sculpture, maybe it's something interactive, maybe it's, who knows, it could could just be, a few boulders, which by the way, boulders cost tens of thousands of dollars. It could be anything. But the problem is we wouldn't build anything in this community without gauging that committee and thinking about what that would look like, and then having some interactive type conversation and budgeting it accordingly. And I'll throw out, this is going to sound like a low number, but I think 50,000 for me feels like, a number that we could collaborate with both ProStack and CAPS, saying we want something that has an element of a community draw, engaging, the new residents, as well as something that's, somebody will walk away from and say, wow, that's really amazing. So I was thinking, and again, that might be low to my colleagues, but I was thinking of $50,000 range.
others have comments on that?
I was thinking at least 25, but I like Kevin's number better, so.
I guess my thought would be to not put a number on it, but just knowing that this company is doing so much in this community and is so engaged in every community and wants and is willing to work with our committees. I'd rather, than throwing, you must spend this kind of money numbers. I would be satisfied with a commitment to work with our committees. And if that was what they ultimately spent, great. If they spent a lot less, but people still walked away with feeling like it was cool and well done. I don't think we have to spend a certain amount of number or have to spend a certain amount of money to call it a success.
I'm more concerned about how do we write.
Go ahead, Ken.
I was just going to say I'm more concerned about how do we write a condition that doesn't have a specific number in it.
And I'd like to see us put a specific number, like Kevin's proposed $50,000. It doesn't mean that we have to spend every dollar of that, but more that if the CAPS committee proposes something that's $40,000, we know that we're covered.
And I would just say, this is also, there is no other art in this space. I mean, every other application we've seen in recent years, we're asking the question saying, what art are you bringing to us? We haven't had that dialogue in the 2 or 3 meetings we've had with Boulder Creek. For them to set aside a $50,000 budget and commit to working with a couple committees for an inverted process where they, I'm trying to be kind here, but because I don't want you guys to think I'm the bad guy here, but like, you guys took a street and, at the end of the day, it was probably the right decision now that phase 2 has been approved. But if phase 2 hadn't been approved, we'd be in a really bad spot where we'd be talking about ripping out trees, man, which is not what any of us want to do. So I think if we, Clint, I hear you and respect you, but there's a little bit of, I don't think what Boulder Creek did was intentionally wrong, but it was an inverted process. And I'd like them to commit to working with us, and up to $50,000 feels like, a very good outcome for something that could have gone really south. To rip out the trees and build a road with the appropriate curbage and everything else would have cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. This is a good outcome for all involved. It's a good outcome for the community. It's a good outcome for Boulder Creek. It's a good outcome for the board. This is a good outcome for 50 grand.
More importantly, it's a good outcome for everybody who lives in the area.
Yeah, and if I can address that, maybe that's not appropriate now, please tell me and I'll stop talking. But I am not going to change anything about the previous comments at the last meeting or Mike's introductory comments about the appropriateness of the timing of the installation. But I do, there's not a but. The timing was unfortunate, it put the board in a bad position, and there's no way around that. I will say that the cost, the design, the intent of this entire park installation was entirely driven from the feedback that we received, starting with reviewing the previous town board comments and feedback on the PUD submittal, which showed that road, and Bill Jenks has relayed. We actually spoke about it earlier today. It was one of the few pieces of feedback that there was almost unanimous and has consistently been unanimous support for. So that doesn't make the sequencing situation any more right. And if a $50,000 art installation is the outcome, I personally would be excited to see what we can accomplish and partnering with the team, or pardon me, partnering with the town to figure out how something really cool can be done there. I think it is important, that the weigance be done so that we have some certainty as it relates to that roadway. Again, we're okay either way, but for there to be even additional expenditures in that park area without being able to make some pretty concrete representations to homeowners and people in the area, that's a difficult position to be in. But we acknowledge the board's position and do not argue with it. I do want to point out there has not been a single point of neighborhood feedback that we have come across that has not been, very much in favor of this. And as a result, we did do our best working with the town staff to design this park and to bring the amenities and the landscape design that we thought would make it an attractive park. So we're accepting of the direction here, but I think there is a key point of clarification as it relates to the conveyance.
Okay, thanks, David. Thanks, David, for those comments. And Kendra, question, just procedurally, Kendra, are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
Just procedurally, how do we attach a condition to the ordinance?
Yeah, so it's not really a condition. I think what I would do is in section 1 of the ordinance, we say the board hereby authorizes and approves the conveyance. I would say in exchange for, and then I was just drafting it while you were, so I would say exchange for the contribution of the town. And the way I've worded it so far, and you guys can reword it as you like, but in exchange for the contribution to the town of up to $50,000 toward an art installation on the property in consultations with the town's Cultural Arts and Public Spaces Advisory Committee. Does that language work for everyone?
Do you mind adding ProStack? This is a park, and CAPS and ProStack, this is a perfect project for them to come out together. So let's do both committees, please.
Okay.
And at the end of the day, it's going to be, staff, but I think if they made, or this board making the ultimate decision, but I think having a recommendation from the committees is great. And this will be fun. So.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Would the location of the art installation or installations necessarily be restricted to this area, or could it be spread out amongst the phase 2 area or in a different park location? Is there any magic that it has to be in the Douglas Street right-of-way area? Because I could look at the grand scheme of the Rogers Farm neighborhood, and with a $50,000 budget, I might speculate that it might be good to spread it around, or if there's different elements. I mean, just keep an open mind about where, and not necessarily box it into these lot areas or this right-of-way area.
I'd be supportive of that.
I actually,
so long as it's public access, and it's not, I don't want anybody saying, oh, this is my HOA, you can't come in here, type of message, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be my concern. It needs to be in a public area. If it's grounds that are, in the center of a bunch of homes that normally the public might not access, I would say no, it needs to be public areas.
Yeah, I mean, Mike, that pocket park by the 3-story homes, right? I mean, that's going to feel very, I don't ever see having a picnic there with my family, right? But the Douglas Street Park, that is very accessible. Even though I know, of course I could, it just doesn't feel like that. So I don't think I don't think we have to get into that detail now.
Well, we do need to get into that detail now. That's because I have it right. It's going to be really hard for me to draft something that doesn't put it on this property right now, because then I'm going to have to figure out whether it's public property, private property. Is it open to the public? Is it accessible to the public? So I'm not saying I can't do it, but I'm just saying we do have to decide this now.
Well, it is an ordinance, and so it could be changed at a later meeting, right? So if we say up to $50,000 on the property, and then 4 weeks from now,
Sure.
change it, we could always revisit the ordinance. But for now, I
Sure.
would suggest, because it's late, let's just get the commitment from the developer for the 50 grand. This is a fantastic, fantastic outcome. Let's see what our committees can propose. And if they've got an alternative approach, then it'll come to the board and and I don't think the developer is going to care one way or another. So long as it doesn't go 50 to 100, what do they care?
One thing I could put in is I could say an art installation on the property or at another location as approved by the town. And that way we would need to come back and redo the ordinance as long as the town approves it. The town at that point would be probably the CAPS and ProStack. I would not imagine bringing it back to the board unless obviously, we get a proposal that the town manager and I think is necessary to come back to the board.
Yeah, if it's material and the town manager and you bring it back. Yeah, great suggestion, Kendra.
That's good.
Well, and one thought I had in talking through that, I did hear some desire for a play area, and I don't think that art and play areas are not, necessarily mutually exclusive. And if you're looking at something like that, there might be a better area to offer, elements of play as opposed to the 50-foot wide, narrow pocket park area. So with that kind of budget, I think you could get pretty creative with elements like that. So and I believe we do have a public access easement over the entire, all the open space areas in phase 2. So I don't believe that would be restrictive. So I'm just trying to avoid having to be boxed into a little area, and we could spread out the amenities or have it in a different location.
Mike, do you object to Kendra's suggestion though, to, unless otherwise agreed, and then we could send people on their way tonight and do this another day?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Kendra, can you just recite
Sure.
what you've got? We've got 12 minutes. So
Yep.
No, 7 minutes.
7 minutes. Okay, so now the new section 1 of the ordinance says, based on the foregoing findings, the Board of Trustees hereby authorizes and approves the conveyance of the property to Boulder Creek Rogers Farm, LLC by quitclaim deed in exchange for the contribution to the town of up to $50,000 toward an art installation on the property or at another location as approved by the town in consultation with the town's Cultural Arts and Public Spaces Advisory Committee and the Parks, Recreation, Open Space, and Trails Advisory Committee.
Okay, good. All right, would someone like to make a motion on the ordinance?
I'll make a motion, Town of Superior ordinance number
O-13.
An ordinance, thank you. An ordinance of the Board of Trustees to the Town of Superior approving the conveyance of certain real property to Boulder Creek Rogers Farm LLC with the commentary of the lawyer a moment ago. Did I say that properly, Kendra?
Yes.
All right, motion by Trustee Ryan.
Second.
Second by Trustee Lish. Roll call vote, please, Phyllis.
Ryan,
Yes.
Shaw,
Yes.
Kwasinski,
Yes.
Folsom,
Yes.
Emmerly,
Yes.
Lasis,
Yes.
Lish.
Yes.
Thanks.
All right, thank you, everyone. Motion passes unanimously. And that completes the items on our agenda tonight. So thank you all for joining tonight. And anything further before we adjourn? All
Thank
right.
you, colleagues, for voting to let us finish this tonight.
Yes, thank you.
Everybody.
All right, with that, we're adjourned.